Allison, are you ready?
Hey, Joan, I'm here.
Great, thank you. Well, as soon as you're ready, Allison, I will introduce you.
Can you see me?
I can, and I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Great, thank you so much. So welcome to the afternoons part of the council. And we're going to start our speaker portion of the council. Our keynote speaker today is Allison Robbins. Allison is the president of the Virginia Voters Association of Virginia, also known as VRAV. And she was elected president of VRAV in 2019. It provides educational opportunities and social interaction for its members and strives to improve voter registration and the election processes and promotes efficient administration within the offices of general registrars. The association is committed to promoting the highest standards of honesty and integrity in conducting open, fair, and impartial elections. Allison has served as the general registrar in Wise County since 2011, and she was the assistant registrar in Wise County from 2006 to 2011. Allison, welcome, and thank you so much for speaking with us today.
Thank you so much to the League for having me. Like Jen said, it's a privilege to represent the general registrars and directors of elections of Virginia, and I'm so happy to be here this morning. I'm not sure how the chat works, so if somebody wants to or could monitor the chat, I'm happy to take questions throughout my remarks. But good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon now, so it seems like it's been a lifetime since we were all together in Richmond, and I talked to all of you before, and we've dealt with a number of things. Virginia has completed 2 of our 4 elections this year, with other localities having special elections and different things also. But you know, when preparing to talk to you guys back in March, we never necessarily realized that we were going to go through a global pandemic. So some of the things that we were preparing for or thinking about, we have had to shift gears a little bit, because we went through May municipal elections, you know, with the COVID-19 crisis being very present in all of our minds. And we've learned a number of things about elections and how necessity is the mother of all invention. And that has certainly proved itself true. On May 19th, we had an election in Virginia in 57 localities, and I could not be more proud of our colleagues around the state who, you know, pulled together and, you know, did some incredible things during that May 19th election. You know, we've seen, you know, just remarkable innovation in elections. I mean, from all drive-through elections in some localities using fire halls and fire stations that allowed them to be able to, you know, vote all their voters from the car in what's really just a drive-through. We've seen in the city of Bristol, you know, shout out to the city of Bristol, we've seen them utilize the bank teller system in the building that they were in, so that they could offer absentee in-person voting through curbside using a drive-through window and a drawer. And I mean, that was incredible. You know, we've seen some challenges that were unexpected to us. I mean, we have in-person voting, and we utilize precincts for in-person voting. And what we discovered in May was that sometimes those facilities, because of the shutdowns and the concern over the spreading of the virus, was that we had facilities that we normally use for elections that weren't available. And so we had, you know, last minute polling place changes and all of those things. And it was just incredible to watch the elections community just pivot and make the May election the success that it was. One thing we've seen that has been very not surprising, but one thing that we've seen that I think prepares us in a way for November that was probably unexpected was the fact that we've seen a huge increase in by-mail voting for the May elections. And, you know, in most places, it was somewhere around the turnout for elections was probably 50% by mail. And that was something in small turnout elections and mostly in-person elections that was probably unexpected. And there's, you know, a Herculean task to pivot and prepare for May elections being, you know, a very much by mail election. And we're seeing that for June as well. You know, we have a statewide primary for Republican Senate, and then there's a number of Democratic primaries in congressional districts around the state. And we're seeing, you know, very good turnout for by mail voting in the June primary. And then they're also preparing for a good turnout in most places for the June primaries as well. So want to commend the Department of Elections. They did a great job in providing the necessary PPE. We got masks, we got gloves, we got face shields, and we also got a significant number of much needed single-use pens and privacy folders for voters. And, you know, all of those came to us from the Department of Elections. And so that was, you know, much needed things. And they were, you know, they were very resourceful themselves to put us in that situation. So that was very good. But, you know, our biggest challenge going forward is obviously on July 1, we have House Bill 1, which is the no excuse absentee bill that passed this session. And, you know, our primary focus beyond just the June 23rd election is preparing for the increase in voter turnout because of the no excuse absentee voting. And we've got that, you know, coming up. And I'm happy to take questions if folks have questions about, you know, how we're preparing for that and what we'll be doing around the state to ensure that both we have, you know, the adequate facilities and adequate supplies that we need for in person for 45 days, but also what we know that we're going to see as an increase in projected turnout for the by mail for the entire 45 days of early voting. And so we're preparing for that. And Joan, I see some questions popping up, but I can't see the whole questions.
You want to go to questions now? Sure. What sort of lessons learned in May would be applied or can be applied in June, and certain places like Arlington, we have a July election?
Obviously, for May, what we learned was that there's an increase in people's interest in voting by mail. And so one best practice that I think a lot of us learned for us was that the more absentee packages that you can have ready, that you can have, you know, pre-assembled and pre-printed, really helps facilitate the mailing of the absentee ballots as quickly as possible.
Given that there were a high number of mail-in ballots in May, what does this mean? I think she's saying in terms of increased cost and personnel.
Well, obviously it's a shift. You know, there's increased postal costs that you have to prepare for, because, you know, you've got, you know, 50-cent mail-in of, you know, of ballots back to you. You've got and it takes it takes a significant amount of time to assemble an entire absentee ballot package. So, you're going to have to, we as election administrators are going to have to project for how many staff people do we need to be available for, assembling absentee ballots and getting them out, every single day. But at the same time, we also have to prepare for those ballots to come back in, because there's a process to check those ballots in, make sure they're properly accounted for. And then you also need to, be aware of how many absentee ballots that you have, so that your central absentee precinct is not overwhelmed on election day with more ballots than can be counted in a single day. So you've also got to be preparing for pre-processing of absentee ballots in accordance with code.
Why do you think Virginians were so willing to accept mail-in voting in May?
Well, again, I think it was necessity. People wanted to participate in elections, and Virginia is very fortunate that we have long had a absentee by mail process that has always been coupled with the ability to vote in person by absentee, or voters have the choice to vote on election day if they wish to. But I think for May particularly, it was a necessity, considering the unknown situation with the virus.
Are absentee ballots opened and counted as they are received, or do you wait until election day and open them all up at once?
That depends from locality to locality, and then that can also depend from election to election. In low turnout elections, you would wait till election day and have your cap process all the ballots on election day. But in heavy turnout elections or in larger localities, it's necessary to what we call pre-process ballots, which is to evaluate them with a pre-processing team or a cap team in the office of the registrar before the election. And the ballots may be processed and run through the machine, but the ballots are not actually counted or tallied until election day.
With no excuse absentee voting coming in on July 1st, do you have an idea of how much that alone will increase, putting COVID aside, that alone will increase absentee voting?
Looking at other states, when we were doing our early voting assessments, looking at other states, we were projecting that of all absentee turnout, which is all early voting turnout, that we would probably see in the neighborhood of 20 to 30% of those being by mail participation. And given the turnout that we've seen in the state so far for the May election and the June election, those numbers could be significantly higher. And I think if we were projecting something, we would project somewhere in the neighborhood of 50% of the early voting turnout could be by mail.
Assuming increased voting by mail in both June and November, do you think drop boxes for mailed absentee ballots would help get the ballots returned on time to be counted?
Yeah, that's a question that we have posed as an association to the Department of Elections. And we continue to ask for a more thorough guidance related to drop boxes and where drop boxes can be located. If drop boxes are only going to be available at general registrar's offices, or if drop boxes could be available in multiple locations throughout the community. And so that's something that I would defer to the state for clear guidance on drop boxes.
I have a follow-up question on drop boxes, because there's a registrar who thinks that they have to be there to physically collect the ballot from the person. And we're getting mixed messages on that. Is there any such guidance that it has to be that particular person, or can it be someone who is deputized by the election system?
We are seeking definitive written guidance from the Department of Elections to clear up those inconsistencies that you highlight across the field.
Although absentee voting results in more mailing costs, is there a savings because of the lower need to print provisional ballots for use in in-person voting?
You know, in a presidential election, which is what we're moving into, what is almost a universal idea amongst election administrators is that you need at least 100% to maybe even 120% of your total registered voter population in ballots. So if I was ordering ballots, I would want to order somewhere around 100% or 120% ballots for my locality. So every voter plus, there's a ballot on hand for every voter plus, because that would account for spoilage and, emergency situations, should something happen like a flood or something somewhere. Well, we have to account for all manner of things. So as far as cost savings on ballots, no, I don't think that you're going to see a physical cost savings on the purchase of ballots. But what would eventually be a cost savings, and I don't think that we'll see this year because, with no excuse early voting being new, and with and particularly with the situation that we're in with COVID, we have to fully be prepared for every scenario, whether it's a drastic increase of by mail, if it's a drastic increase in people availing themselves of voting early in person to miss the crowds on election day, or even people who decide to choose to vote on election day through some motivation about wanting to vote on election day, then we have to be fully prepared for all those scenarios. So I don't think that we'll see any savings this year, but as we continue to generate turnout information going forward in the years and elections to come, I think eventually what you'll see is the ability to save money on resources for election day, because that you need to funnel those towards vote by mail, or that you need to funnel those towards early voting in person, or all of the above.
Are the registrars developing messages for their website to explain to the public the steps that are taken or needed to be taken to make sure that the vote by mail goes smoothly?
Yeah, our association is looking at, once we receive uniform guidance from the Department of Elections, looking at, possible uniform messaging from our association for use by our members, with the expectation that we would want to fully inform voters and have a uniform message about here is the process and here's how this works. So, that's something that we see going forward.
How can the League best support virtual registration and ballot requests?
Currently in Virginia, we have had for a number of years online voter registration and online absentee ballot requests. And those online requests are very streamlined, and they are the quickest way to apply for an absentee ballot. And then it's also the quickest way inside the registrar's office for us to get absentee ballot requests processed, because where they're completely digital requests, there's not as much information entry or clerical style work that has to go into to completing those requests. So we're advocating that anyone who can and feels comfortable requesting either voter registration or absentee balloting requests to do so online.
How substantial was the number of mail-in ballots that did not arrive in time? Do they have any idea?
I don't have any statewide numbers, but I know that just from my locality, we did not see a significant number of late arriving absentee ballots after the May election. It was really not any higher than what is typically seen for an election.
This one is about postage. buying postage is not easy task for some people, many people. The June elections will have postage paid receipt returns, I believe. What is the postage requirement for November?
Currently, to my knowledge, there is no legislation that would go into any kind of effect in for November that would give us prepaid postage for return ballots. Delegate Krizik had a bill this session, as I think a lot of you guys know, that that we will be looking at again next year. But statewide, I know that there are some localities that have chosen to pay return postage for June, but that is not uniform across the state. That is some localities have chosen to do that, and other localities don't have the means to do that budget-wise.
Okay, I was basing that on Arlington because I know they are postage paid here. Yeah, so that's
And
not uniform.
That Arlington is not the only one, and I don't have a list currently, but I know that there's at least one other, I believe. But like I said, that's not uniform across the state.
Who makes that decision? Would that be the local registrar's office? If people want it, that's who they should talk to?
If people want that, then you know, the funding for that would have to come from the local governing body. So I'm not saying that it would be wrong to request that from your general registrar, but it would also be important to talk to your board of supervisor members or your city council people, because they're the ones that would ultimately have to provide that kind of funding.
Thank you. What are the most common reasons for rejecting mail-in ballots?
One of the most common reasons for rejecting mail-in ballots is that they're not signed. A lot of times, and this is not an issue for June because of the litigation, but them not being signed, or you know, sometimes voters fail to sign, sometimes voters fail to have a witness. Another more common is voters just do not provide their residence address. Voters who have mailing addresses like P.O. boxes will oftentimes put their P.O. boxes on there, and they do need to put their residence address.
Do you hear complaints about online requests requiring full Social Security numbers?
I have not had that complaint, but now the online request does go through the DMV system. And so what we find is one of the bigger obstacles to the online requests is voters who don't provide their DMV credentials and then get routed to the paper application and then fail to complete the paper application by mailing it in. You do have to have DMV credentials to complete the online process.
Okay. Are there problems across Virginia recruiting poll workers, especially older people, due to COVID?
We did see during May, particularly even myself in Wise County and across the state, we've seen some of our election officials, due to health reasons or being in high risk categories, choosing not to serve because of those risks. And we always have a need for election officials. I mean, COVID has created some shortages that are atypical, but we always have a need for officers of elections and for people to serve on election day. And we always highly encourage people to volunteer.
Carol Provin says Prince William is another one that provided postage paid in June.
Okay.
What can be done to assist voters who do not have internet access or are not internet savvy to provide direction regarding the mail-in process?
Obviously, we will happily mail voter registration and absentee ballot applications to any voter who requests them. You can simply call your registrar's office. We mail out absentee and voter registration applications every single day. So they can call the registrar's office or have someone call the registrar's office. I know that there's a number of other groups like the League of Women Voters that's happy to help facilitate voter registration and absentee ballot requests. But we mail out applications, every single day by request.
Okay, I don't see any other questions in the chat box. In case anybody has one, this would be the time to put it in there. This is a follow-up to the previous question. The only way to get an application, if you're not internet savvy or don't have internet, is to call the registrar?
That would be the easiest way to do it in Wise County. I know during like local elections for May, we had a number of our local candidates who were actively seeking and campaigning for votes, and they were sending out absentee applications, and they were picking up absentee applications. If someone wants to volunteer or who wants to hand out absentee ballot applications, those can be picked up from the General Registrar's office. We always have, a large supply of paper applications. And so if there are community groups who wish to provide those at events and those type of things, then, they can do that. And that does happen, particularly, around November elections, those type of things do happen. So, I mean, that is also an availability.
Yeah, we do that in Arlington. We make sure we have those, and we make them fill them out while we're standing there, and we take them because we don't want them to go home.
Yeah.
So it's similar to filling out voter reg. They fill out the absentee application, and we bring it down there. How many days after the primary do you have to count the ballots?
We would have, in a typical election, we have a week. So the canvass would need to be completed, the Tuesday after the 23rd. And by law, that should be that's the last day to complete the canvass.
Is the state providing PPE for election officials, or is that the burden of the localities?
No, the state has provided PPE. They've provided masks, gloves, face shields. Additionally, they've provided single-use pens and single-use privacy folders for ballots. So the state did provide all of that to no cost to all localities for May elections, and then we have already started to receive those supplies for June. And I think most of us have received almost everything for June. So those were provided by the state, and the state did pay for those. Localities did not have to pay for those.
With the change in voter ID laws for November, do you anticipate the need for greater training for officials? Do you anticipate a slowdown in processing voters as they arrive to vote, checking documents, signing affidavits if they don't have the documentation, etc.?
Yes, we will need, there's a number of things that are changing for November. So there's obviously the need to train, and it's a requirement to train officers of elections prior to the November election as it is. And so, yes, we will be training officers of elections on the law change as it relates to the process if a voter shows up without a photo ID or without an ID of any type. But along those same lines, I think what we've seen, and if you look at the provisional ID numbers across the state, you would find that the percentage of people who appeared at the polls who did not have an ID was low as it is now. So I don't foresee that the time it would take for someone to complete the affidavit regarding their identity is going to take any longer than it takes to do a provisional ballot because you didn't have an ID. And in fact, it may actually be, slightly quicker.
That is the last, unless anybody else has any, that's the last question that's in the chat box. Do you have any final brilliant words?
Well, the next thing that we have coming up, obviously, is that there is the Federal CARES Act money. And the state is going to be receiving Federal CARES Act money to help facilitate by mail voting across the country, and Virginia has a certain percentage of that money, and we will you know, we are anticipating guidance from the Department of Elections as it relates to that money and how it's going to be coming down to the localities, and then what we are allowed to use it for. So there is, you know, there is funding to create, you know, a better system of absentee by mail voting through the CARES Act funding.
We just got another question. What about drop boxes? Who decides drop boxes and who pays for drop boxes?
Well, drop boxes would be paid for by the localities, because elections are wholly funded by the local governing body. So unless CARES Act funding can be used for drop boxes, and that's something we simply don't know yet, then it would be the locality that would pay for drop boxes. And then as far as who decides whether we have drop boxes or not, dependent obviously upon funding, I think it would be the choice of the local electoral board and the local registrar about having drop boxes. And to go back to my previous statement on drop boxes, again, we are still waiting on you know, written guidance related to having drop boxes and where we can locate drop boxes.
Now, that's our follow-up question. So there's no security specs written about drop boxes right now.
I am not in possession of any of that, but we do expect to get further guidance related to all things vote by mail very soon from the Department of Elections.
Registrars generally support the idea of using a postmark date rather than the physically received date and time at the registrar's office on election day.
You know, that's going to depend on you know, how the law is written. You know, I know going forward for the return of absentee ballots, and with the law change that's coming into effect on July 1, we are going to have to look at the postmark for when the ballot was mailed about regarding whether or not that ballot can be counted.
Little feedback going on there. If money were not an issue, what is the first need you would fill?
Can you repeat the question? I was having some difficulty.
If money were not an issue, what is the first need that you would fill?
If money was not an issue, the first need that I would feel would be related to compensation for registrar staff. You know, we talk a lot about compensation for electoral board members and compensation for general registrars, but the staff and you know, the support staff and assistant registrars and deputy registrars, you know, is obviously far lower than what the compensation is for the general registrars across the state. So if money was no option, the first thing I would address is the pay inequality that relates to the staff and general registrars offices.
Okay. Thank you. Deb, there are no more questions. Deb?
Allison, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you guys for having me. Y'all have some amazing questions, and I'm so happy to be here, and I hope you guys will have me back again.
Absolutely. Well, good luck in June.
Yes, absolutely. Good luck in June and good luck in November to all of us.
Yes, thank you so much. So Joan and Janet, I think you're probably both here. Janet Boyd is our Voter Services Chair who recently joined our board, and Janet has lots of experience as an election official. And Joan Porte is our Vice President and President of the Arlington League. And thank you both for joining us to talk to us about voter outreach for the November elections.
Thank you, Deb. I think I'm going first and Janet's going to follow with the specifics. The way I look at voter registration and voter information, because that's going to be equally important this year, is as a sales commodity. I come from sales. I have a small business for 30 odd years. And the way I look at it is that we are selling a commodity. And in order to properly sell a commodity, the first thing you have to do is know your market, right? So you don't see a Michelin star 5-diamond restaurant just walk down the street and say, oh, that's a nice place to plop my restaurant. And yeah, there's a Wendy's there and there's a McDonald's there, but I'm sure people will come and pay $60 for a piece of beef at this restaurant in this location. They do hundreds of millions of dollars of market research to know exactly where they're going to place it. So we have a little different situation, as our markets are prescribed by our areas. But it is very, very important that we know exactly what that market is. So, Montgomery County, they happen to have this thing called Virginia Tech in their backyard. They've got 30,000 plus college students who have very, very specific needs in both voter registration, voter information, voter disinformation that they have to address. Where here in Arlington, we have one private university, we have some graduate schools, but most of the people here don't even live in the country. They're exchange students. They don't live in the area. So we have a much different need, but what we have is high density living, right? High apartments, condos, people cram together. And so we have a different market that we have to look at. Washington County, you probably have the exact opposite. You probably have a situation where people are more spread apart. So how do you reach them? So you have to do a full market analysis of who's in that backyard and how do we reach everyone. So I'll explain that in a bit. But the other piece you have to have is a specific set of goals. So it's one thing to say, I want to register a lot of people. It's another thing to say, we're going to hit 2/3 of those students one way or another at Tech. And we're going to devise a specific plan for them. In Arlington, one of our goals is we are going to reach every single condo manager, apartment manager, civic association president, because they are going to be our conduits into those high-rise apartments, right? We can't do mailings. We don't have thousands and thousands of dollars to mail to every person there. So that's how we're going to find our way in. So what is your market? And then how can you get into that market with very, very specific end goals? The other piece of this is how you sell. And you'll never see a TV commercial where people come in and say, oh, please buy my product. Please, I really need you to buy my product. What they say to you is if you buy my product, you're going to lose 50 pounds. You'll never have a gray hair. You'll live to be 1,000 years old and never look older than 20. I mean, all this stuff they sell you. You don't sell from a place of, I really want you to sign this voter registration form. You sell from a place of, hey, condo manager, look at the benefit I'm giving you if you put my 411 up on your website. This is the value, because we are the League of Women Voters. We have lots of value, and we are going to give you this value. And we have something you want, and we're going to show you why you need it to make your job even better. So you have to sell from a place of confidence. Now, how do you sell in a crazy virtual world? Well, again, in our case, we have condos, we have apartments. How do you get into them? Well, you get into them through their managers. So that's our first goal. Civic associations. Almost every place in Virginia has civic associations. They have lots of very active members. These members are often members of other groups that reach other groups. So get with them. We can do a virtual meeting. We could do a virtual webinar. We have this really great information that you're going to want to pass on. Homeowners associations, the same thing. Everybody has a place of worship in their area, a synagogue, a mosque, a church, whatever. All of these places have bulletins that they hand out. In virtual times, okay, the bulletins are even more important because they need to connect to people. Here, this is what you can put. It's nonpartisan information. Put it in there. Show them how to get an absentee ballot. Provide value, even more value, obviously, than the spiritual value, to your place of worship. Cultural organizations. We have the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce here. We have many, many ethnically oriented cultural organizations. Now, usually they have festivals in the summer. We're checking to see what they're doing, but this is a great source. I mean, there's, I think, 104 languages spoken in the Arlington schools, and I think Fairfax has even more. So there's many, many ways that you can get that information to the cultural organizations. PTAs. There's something called Peach Jar. Now, some people say none of the parents read anything that comes from Peach Jar, but Peach Jar is a nationwide organization that sends electronic information to the parents of the students. So you can go in there and say, I want to send this to all parents of seniors who are at these schools in these zip codes, and they will get this information in their mailboxes. That's another way to reach people. Always reach out to other nonpartisan people, groups. We have a file folder in our MailChimp that just says partners, and that's ACLU, Moms Demand Action, NAACP. I mean, you name it. We have lots of people that we work with, and we have lots of moms people who do voter registration with us, and they'll say, can we wear the red, mom's t-shirt at your booth? Well, sure. You're a nonpartisan partner. They're providing information, but they're also helping staff our booths. Through our connection at the NAACP, we've been mailing out, we're now up to 10,000 postcards. And I do need to shout out to Ernie Bridges because her group, The Links, has written 1,000 of those cards for us. But our NAACP Voter Services Chair happens to be a good friend of mine. They are writing to every unregistered African-American voter in Arlington. And here's this is the card they are using. I don't know if the light is funky, but it says vote for our lives. So this is what they're doing. We have written, 1,200, 1,600 of those cards already for them, but through them, we have also connected with Reclaim the Vote. Now, this is not an official Arlington project because we're writing outside of the state, but our members are funding this. And we have done 8,000 so far, and I just ordered another 3. And this is one of the Reclaim the Vote postcards. They are targeting people in Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, Florida, and there's one other, North Carolina, who have been unregistered now that the Voting Rights Act has been pretty much decimated by the Supreme Court. This project, we started this, I invoked the pandemic rule, I was teasing them. We started doing this when the lockdown started, and now we're up to 10,000 postcards that we're writing and funding on our own. If anyone's interested, by the way, I've got 3,000 more coming. So if you're interested in participating, email me, I can make arrangements. But that's all through our nonpartisan partners, working with them, keeping your ears open. Local businesses, and there's a little bit of pushback on this sometimes because I said, if we want to do voter reg and we don't want everybody to have to take your pen, touch the pen, carry it on. We want everybody to have their own pen. Why don't we contact a local business? They have pens. Who doesn't want to be associated with voting? And some people were like, well, and I'm like, we're not talking about a nuclear power plant. We're talking about, Joe's Pizzeria. if you go to a PTA, if you go to see a sports activity, Little League, 9 times out of 10 on the back of those kids' jersey is sponsored by whoever, usually a restaurant, because they want the kids to go and eat their food after they're running around on the ball field. So don't be afraid to talk to local businesses, because again, we're selling a very decent commodity, which is, of course, voting. So those are just some of the ideas, and using your allies, and also keeping your eyes open. I try to tell our folks when they're doing voter registration to talk to people. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples of how that has worked very well. We have a member, Pam Quanrud, who did a very normal voter registration event at a community center last October. And she started engaging a gentleman in a conversation. Well, it turns out he is on the board of the DC alumni of the historically Black colleges and universities. And he said, you know, we're going to have this big picnic in July. We usually have 2,000 to 3,000 people. And, you know, we'd love for you to do a table. So of course we said yes, but I said to Pam, this is actually for the National Capital Area League, because there's people coming from DC and Maryland. Of course, they jumped on it. Well, what happens, of course, is COVID. And he called us and he said, you know, we're not going to pack 3,000 people on the mall. It's just not going to happen. But we are going virtual, and we're going to have a virtual barbecue. So of course I'm thinking, I wish I owned a barbecue place, because I would immediately be sending out flyers telling people to order their barbecue for this. But they're going to have a virtual nationwide barbecue. They're going to have bands from DC, Chicago, Atlanta. And he said, how can you help us go nationwide with your voter registration? So I called LWV-US, Maggie Bush is on it, they're working together. 411 is going to be an integral part of that. And something else, Susan Sarcone, one of our members, is a realtor. And she was setting up, sorry, just slipped. She was setting up a thing, because I didn't know this, but realtors have like a Tuesday morning thing. They get together Tuesday morning, they go over what they sold, they go over what's coming up, and they have speakers. So she had the names of every management, every manager of every realty company in Arlington. And she says, I'm going to set up appointments for you all to go talk to them about voting. Enter COVID. So she said, well, you know, my boss is using something called updater.com. And apparently if you move, it's like one-stop shopping. You can move your gas or dues, you know, your subscriptions, blah, blah, blah. So I called updater.com, and they're like, oh, we love the League of Women Voters, of course, but we're national. So how can you help us outside Arlington? Called LWV-US. They're working with updater.com. So this idea of always keeping your eyes open, which is part of sales. You're always looking for a sale. You're always looking for someone to connect with, because you never know where that connection is going to lead. And the biggest thing any sales group has is their assets. And of course, our assets are our members. And one of my biggest jobs as president is to make sure that there are enough projects to make the League of Women Voters of Arlington a saleable commodity. If I'm going to ask you every year to give me $60 to renew your membership, it's my job to make sure you have something to do. And not only that, you have to find everybody's superpower. Everybody has a superpower. And so what we're doing, and I think Janet's going to go over it, Pam Berg has made this wonderful, wonderful spreadsheet of all the tasks we want to accomplish in 2020. And how do we plug the right person in? And how do we find a coordinator? It's a brilliant, brilliant task spreadsheet. But everybody has a superpower. Now I'm going to tell you one example of this. When we do voter registration, when we could go out in the public and do fairs and all that. If you've ever looked at the number of voter registrations you get when you have two people who I will call hard workers but quiet people, people who come, very good members, but they sit behind the booth and think that people are going to come to them. And this is not a knock, this is just a personality trait. If you compare the number of voter registrations you get from, if you have two people on that shift versus if you have at least one person who is a salesperson who will go out and stand in front of the booth and say, excuse me, have you moved? You need to update your registration. Excuse me, you know, do you know that you have to update it if you got married? Do you see a young couple in a new wedding ring? And those people get a lot more voter registration. So now I try to pair a quiet person and a salesperson. Or as Anna Weber, our 411 person, does, she grabs the clipboards that we use and she puts a sign on the back. Have you moved? Do you know voter day, you know, election day is blah, blah, blah? Come on over. She just stands there. And all of a sudden you see people stop in their tracks in turn and go, oh yeah. Because if you just sit there, you're competing with the band, you're competing with the guy selling hot dogs, you're competing with the guy with the whirly pin prize, whatever, next to you. So you have to sell your commodity. But those quiet people are the ones who will pick up the phone and call the civic associations, where I'll be happy to face you one-on-one in a booth and drag you over. I hate making phone calls. I hate cold calling, but that's their superpower. So to create enough activity so that everybody feels that there's something they can do no matter what it is, and then coming up with enough plans so that everybody gets their superpower used. And that's how I feel one of my goals is as president. And I've been mentioning voter information and registration. And I think this year that is going to be critical because, in fact, I was on a webinar that the Reclaim the Vote people did. And there was a woman named Dolores Huerta, who is a 90-year-old activist. This woman is amazing. She's been doing this for 60 years. And one of the things she said resonated with me because I heard it from a league member. I had a league member say to me, I've been voting for more years than I want to tell you, but I always vote in person. And this year when I voted by absentee, I almost disenfranchised myself because this thing is vastly different than voting in person. And she says, we've got to do something about that. And Dolores Huerta on this call said the same thing. She said, there's going to be a lot of new voters and a lot of people. I mean, obviously, anyone east of Colorado, voting by mail is a little alien to us, right? So there's Western states who do it, but not too many here on the East. And she's like, you are going to have to do videos, which I know we're going to do in Arlington. This is the ballot, this is the absentee, this is how you do it. You have to fill it in, you know, whether we need a witness, blah, blah, blah. This is how you put the envelope in. She said it has to be very, very specific or people are going to be really confused. And like I said, if a league member says, this thing was really terrifying to me, and I've been voting, she said, for many years, this is going to be a problem in November. So anyway, Janet's going to give you more specifics, but I would be happy if anybody wants to work out a sales plan. If you have any ideas, I'd be more than happy to do that. So Janet, it's up to you.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
First, thank you so much, Joan, because I think what you've evidenced is that it takes a great deal of creativity in this environment in order to do what we need to do. And I think it also highlights that we have a lot of assets within our various local leagues. And obviously, Joan is one of our greatest assets in Arlington, as her ability to come up with creative ideas is absolutely amazing. What I want to do to sort of augment what Joan just described to us was to say, what can we do here at the Virginia level of the league to help you do what you can do so much better at your own local league level? So we're not trying to supplant what you're doing at your local league levels. What we're trying to do is or make sure you have the resources and to try to form some sort of ability for people to share information. So first I wanted to do, again, as Deb mentioned, I am new to the Virginia board. I am recently named as the Director of Voter Services. My experiences, as Deb mentioned, was I've been an election chief for many, many years. So my perspective is focused generally in that direction. But I also have a legal degree and have been very much engaged in advocacy issues that we've been working on too. So it's kind of a merger of both things. So as Joan mentioned, looking to November, we have challenges, a great deal of challenges with regard to registration. In a COVID environment, we haven't been able to do our regular registration activities. We also have a great deal of challenge on actually educating voters because things are changing. Things changed because of the law changes at the beginning of the year by the General Assembly. And this was even before the COVID challenges came into effect. And then when you add the COVID challenges, excuse me, you have a situation in which things are changing constantly. So there's a great deal of burden on you guys on trying to figure out how best to serve our voters in a way that will make them comfortable. So what I'd like to do is kind of focus a little bit about what kind of resources you can expect to have with coming from the Virginia League. And I think we have to sort of think in terms of separating what voters are we talking about? Because you're going to now have, coming into November, you got a long period of early voting by mail and the challenges that prevents. And that's, and then secondly, we talked a lot about the mail with Allison, so that was great. Second sort of set of, of types of voters that we're going to have to educate are those that are going to be voting early in person. You know, how can they do that if they want to do that, and what's the easiest way to do it? And then finally, you're going to have election day voting still. We're not a state, and we don't seem to be going into the direction of states like Oregon that have complete by mail voting. And so I don't know how many of you were paying attention last Tuesday when there were a number of elections across the country, one of which was right next door to us, and that was in DC. It was a disaster on election day for voting because they just weren't prepared. They were trying hard to sort of manage the fact that they didn't have a lot of poll workers, so they combined a lot of their precincts, and the lines were very, very bad. You were in the middle of a curfew because of the demonstrations, plus all kinds of other things relating to the COVID situation. But I also wanted to sort of set the stage as far as deadlines, because that will necessitate how you will do your education, both in terms of trying to get people to register as well as making sure the voters understand all the changes. So the registration deadline leading up to November will be October 13th. Now, by October 13th, we may be in a situation in which we might be able to do some more in-person registration and education. It's hard to know what the situation might be. We have to be incredibly flexible because we could be even getting a second wave of COVID. And so could be that the state has to shut down again. So I think one would hope that we could start thinking about some of the more traditional registration and education skills and solutions that we've used in the past, but we may not be able to. The second deadline that you need to be aware of when you're educating voters is the fact that they have to request a mail-in ballot by 5 o'clock, or it has to actually be in the local registrar's office by 5 o'clock on October 27th. So we got lots of time here, but there are deadlines that we got to sort of work toward as we do our education. And then finally, for those who want to vote early by in-person voting, the last day would be at 5 o'clock p.m. on the Saturday, October 31st, Halloween. So I think I really do believe that a lot of what Joan had described to you as to what we're doing in Arlington and what can also be very much applicable to the various local leagues around Virginia is stuff that we should, and I would hope that we can all share information amongst us so we don't all have to reinvent the wheel. So things like using social media, emailing to various citizen networks, perhaps even organizing a virtual voter registration drive, and that's something that I'm in the process of trying to put together as sort of best practices. You know, reaching out to our TV, radio, and other kinds of virtual media opportunities that we might have to get this information across. These are all tools that some of the time we used it in the past, and some will have to be a lot more creative now, particularly until the social distancing and some of the risks of COVID disappear. So what I have created, and I'm going to put the link to this after I've finished discussing this now, is I have put together a shared drive that some of you who are working in the voter services in the local leagues are already aware of, and some of the presidents are aware of as well. But it's designed to provide a sharing platform for the local leagues when they come with ideas. And I know I've seen a lot in the chat box about in Fairfax, the sandwich boards, which use QR codes as well as other kinds of information that can be put into, you know, in front of places like the farmers markets and other locations outside that people are now congregating of sorts. But we'll have all that information that you can easily pick up off the internet and utilize to your heart's desire. The sharing platform is also intended for you to put ideas that you have into this sharing platform so others can see it as well. Now, one of the issues is, and I'm working through this, is how best to describe what we already have on there so you're not having to sift through, you know, hundreds of bits of information and graphics and data and videos and stuff that might not be particularly useful to you. I've done a little bit of organizing on that, but I will be doing more as we over the next couple of weeks, so be prepared for that. But I think what all this is to say that there are ways that we can share information and be able to be prepared for not only the fact that the laws are changed, but also that the state as well as our localities are changing rules all the time because of COVID. The final range of issues that I wanted to discuss is the Vote 411 tool. I did see one question on the chat box while Joan was speaking about what exactly is Vote 411. And for those of you who haven't used it already, I would encourage you to go to vote411.org. It's very simple. It is a multifaceted tool. It was put together by the League of Women Voters US, so it's designed to be a national tool. But because it has the ability to take your address, it can bring it down to just those elections and those candidates and those items that you personally will have to vote on. The advantage, however, of Vote 411 does depend on input by the local leagues and as well as the Virginia League. And I know that many of your local leagues have already paid the fee that needs to be paid in order to directly input information into the Vote 411 tool. I would encourage everyone to think about, or all the local leagues to think, those of you that have not yet done so, to think about going ahead, and if you can afford it, and I understand the costs are not insignificant, but if you can, it would be helpful. And please reach out to me if you have any questions with regard to the tool and what the value might be for your local league. What I have, though, promised to do is making sure, and this is leading up to the November elections, which can be very, there's a lot of races that are, and also two constitutional amendments that will be part of the November elections. And so there's a lot of data that needs to be inputted into Vote 411. I will endeavor to include every single race as well as the constitutional amendments, at least the information as to which candidates are involved. But as many of you are aware, under the candidates, this 411 tool allows us to pose questions, send those questions to each of the candidates, and so voters can use that to compare the candidates. It becomes very important, however, we can think of sort of generalized questions, but it becomes very important for the local leagues to come up with their own personalized questions that are relevant to your localities, because that is really what becomes important for the voters. And so, again, this goes back to my original comment that it would be helpful for each of the individual local leagues to be directly involved in providing this input into the system. But I can also provide that information if necessary. And again, I will endeavor to do so, and will make sure that at least we have that generalized information. The other thing that the Virginia League can do is help advertise the fact that this Vote 411 tool is in existence, and we definitely need to do more of that. I know many of you probably, if you went online to see the wares that we have available now, there is a mask, it's pretty cool, that has Vote 411 on it. And so we'll be doing things like that, as well as other opportunities through social media to make sure that the voters do understand that this Vote 411 tool is available to them. And I would encourage each of the local leagues to retweet or add to their own individual Facebook pages information on Vote 411. So I wanted to let you know that for the June election, just so you're aware, and this was, again, is the guidance that I will use for purposes of the November election, is that we were able to include every single race that will take place in the June elections on Vote 411. Some of it, we're still hoping that we can get the information from each of the candidates, but you can see, at least you have on the candidates their websites and Twitter handles and Facebook pages and stuff, so you can, at least the voters, get some access to some information that could be very helpful to them. So for purposes of the November elections, the goal will be by the start of early voting, which is September 18th, that we will have the same information on all the races in November. So that is a bit of an overview. I just wanted to let you know what we have planned for leading up to November at the Virginia level, and to sort of add on to what Joan was talking about, the fact that you have this platform to share this information. Joan has put quite a bit of information on the various tools that she's created, and I would encourage other local leagues to do similar things like that. So I think Joan and I are open for questions. I don't know if anybody's been monitoring the chat box, but I'd be more than happy to answer the ones that are directed to me, and certainly Joan has a lot of creative ideas on the ones that are for her as well.
Yeah, thank you. We did get some questions. Someone asked about how do you get a list of the unregistered voters, and that is through the VAN, or Voter Access Network, which we do have access to. Deb has made that available through ZSET, I believe. So if you're interested in learning more about the VAN, contact myself, contact Deb. I'm garbled. Is my voice garbled?
Yeah, it's a little garbled right now.
All right. I don't know what to say. So try that. Is it better? I may have to get on the phone. Janet, can you read the rest of the questions? If I'm garbled, I'll get on the phone.
Yeah, I'll just put them up right now. I was obviously not paying as much attention while I was chatting. So we got a question about, do you recommend holding virtual candidate forums this fall instead of in person? Any best practices in tech help since Zoom is new to all of us? And I do know that there's a lot of good instructional material that the league has put together on managing Zoom meetings altogether. We have had a candidate forum by Zoom, we meaning Arlington, and I don't know, Joan, if you're back to being able to speak, you could add a little bit to this, but it went very well. So what I will do is put on, again, the shared folder, I'll put some information on how we managed it with some best practices, and hopefully that will help. Joan, are you on, or do you want to add anything?
Can you hear me?
No, you're still garbled.
All right, I'm calling in. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, that'll be perfect. We got another statement here. While registration is key, are there some specific things that local leagues are doing to get out the vote among registered voters in November? And this is the matter of one is educating as to the new rules. Obviously, that will help facilitate voters coming, and also the new rules with regard to early voting. It's these kind of tools. I'm going to, again, put some of that information, graphics and things of that sort on the shared drive, and perhaps that'll help. Hello. There was a little bit of feedback, but that is the kind of information, and I'm glad somebody was asking about that, because that'll make it much easier.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, but you've got a little bit of feedback, so I wonder if you need to cancel what you have on your computer. Just maybe the computer just needs to be muted while you talk on your phone. I bet that'll work.
It was muted. Is this any better?
No, that's coming garbled again.
Oh, I can't talk to you.
I did get a comment with regard to, that sounds better.
I suggest that Joan take herself out and then bring herself back on the meeting.
That's a good idea. So I'll go through a couple of questions, and then Joan, if you could let me know when you're back on, that would be helpful. We got a comment from one of the viewers that they had of a commercial video about Vote 411 that was very successful and getting higher click counts for 411 again. If you could either send it to me direct, or you could put it onto the shared drive. I've been going through the shared drive frequently to try to organize it, so don't hesitate to put things on your own.
Okay, is this better?
Oh, wow.
My
That
back?
sounds great.
Okay,
You're
great.
back.
I'm back. Claire asked a question. She's our next speaker, but she asked a question about the jails. And we do have in Arlington, we do have a woman by the name of Susan Bruns who does go to the jails to do that. So we do have a program. You just have to ask permission to get in there, but it can be done. Pam, are you there? I was going to ask Pam Bird to put up that sheet that I was talking about. Because what she's done, Pam is one of those financial analysts, so she's got one of those brains that think like this. And
use that term loosely.
did this
Let me see.
task force Excel sheet,
Okay.
and it's got all of our goals, the volunteers we want to have, the coordinators we want to have, because you're going to have someone to have to get the permission from the farmer's market or the whoever to do this. Make sure somebody picks the posters up. Make sure somebody, here we go. So this is Pam's brainchild of the activities. And this is in the, this is in your documents, right, Janet? This is already in the files.
I'm not sure if the entire thing is, so it will be shortly.
And the volunteers who have already signed up to do it, then the coordinators. Now we're having a big meeting on June 8th, a big Arlington meeting to get people to fill these. Pam, why don't you tell the messaging codes? You did it. I didn't do it. This is your work.
Oh, the messaging codes? Yeah, so basically what we did, and this was just a starting place, and hopefully it will be something we can build on, lessons learned and things like this. But because this year is so different, I mean, this would have been a hard year anyway because of all the changes in election laws, right? And the environment, as you all well know, is so intense. So the COVID thing just added a whole nother layer. So, you know, rather than try to, you know, go through an endless pile of sticky notes, it was just easier to consolidate every single task, no matter how menial it was, you know, to just consolidate every single task so that we didn't lose track of it. And so the idea, for example, of having the flyers at the farmer's market, well, somebody's got to design them, and then somebody's got to print them, and then somebody has to drop them off. And so that's 3 separate tasks, really, when you think about it. So when we wanted to get very precise so that, you know, this thing didn't run away from us, because the more that's on the paper, the less we have to keep in our brains. So we just went down with all of these, you know, these are all design elements here, and then the contact with the associations and the churches and so forth, and you know, a couple of those, and then down going down further, now it's the distribution of all of these things. And then down at the bottom, you know, any little thing we thought of, no matter how silly or how whatever, it went on there. You know, just maybe it'll turn into a task, maybe it won't. So that's how we approached it. And then we have the volunteers, and in cases where we need coordinators, where there's sort of a multiple task, we've got that. I'll get to the messaging codes in just a second. Time frame completed. Let's see here. And then these notes over here, you know, so this is in the first one. So the message traffic, the email traffic that I've been watching the last couple of days here in Arlington has been that 2 of our members went out and contacted the farmers markets, and guess what? Farmers markets don't want us distributing stuff. And they have a reason. They're concerned about the surface of the flyer, and this was the other thing they said. Well, you know, because we're on these COVID limitations, you know, we don't want people reading signs while they're waiting for their tomatoes. I mean, we want these people to get in there, pick up their stuff and go. We don't want them. So we had, you know, that made sense and we had to honor that. So here's the notes that kind of tell us, you know, email confirming farmers markets don't want the signs, you know, so, but there's a note down further that says, you know, in the fall, we can check back with them and they might be open then and they might say,
Hey,
sure,
Pam,
yeah, am I taking
we're
too much
not
time?
honoring that. We're not honoring that.
Okay, all right.
I've gone back to them and came up with 3 other ideas to force them to say no to us 3 more times. So we're not honoring anything.
Okay, good.
We don't honor no's.
You're such a rebel. Okay, no, but it keeps track of where we are, you know, with kind of, you know, these were just notes that I'm filling in as we go. And so that's kind of where we stand. And let me just do the messaging codes real quick. I couldn't figure out a way to capture this. So I made up this thing, messaging codes, and here they are. Again, this is a reflection of, you know, so much information in this environment with the new laws plus the COVID on top of it. So, and we're still collecting these message codes, you know, register to vote, check your registration, everything that we can think of to communicate to the voter. You know, where we can provide links, you know, include the new laws, anything that has to do with 411, you know, I'm sure 411 will have some kind of COVID information on it at some point, and 411 will also have, you know, the new laws. The one thing I'll tell you what that we're very mindful of is socializing this message about the election results. That message number 12 is going to have to be on just about everything that we tell the public to start getting that message out that please don't expect election results the evening of November 3rd. And so that becomes an acceptable kind of thing. So that's kind of where we are. And we have our volunteer list, the contacts and so forth. And so that's what we're starting, and we'll see how it goes as we move through.
That's Pam's superpower.
Well, yeah.
You've got a brain that I don't have. There's a question.
So, yeah, I was going to say, Joan, we had a question on language that we probably ought to mention. A couple of things on that is one, vote 411. There is a capability within Vote 411 to put the information in another language. So those of you who, I would assume that Spanish is probably the most common across the state, but there could very well be other languages that would make some sense. So reach out to me and I will work with you if you feel like you would like to see things in other languages. Obviously, the state has this new requirement that passed at the beginning of the year. They're going to have to implement that themselves, but at least we do have some tools at our disposal as well. And I apologize, Joan, I interrupted you.
No. I was going to say that we have access to Mongolian, Hindi, Vietnamese, Korean, Chinese translators. One of our members is a translator and has put us in touch with many other translators. And so if you need anything, we can probably help you get a translator.
And if I could just jump in real quick, there's the task right there, find translators. Vietnamese, Korean, Arabic, you know, so that way it's on our list. So Joan doesn't have to keep remembering that, or, you know, we can have that written down somewhere. So that's how we're functioning, you know, using the task system. So
Carolyn, you mentioned.
I would like to interrupt too. I would remind you that in the shared folder are the resources put together from the Northern Virginia grant to produce things like that. So there's Arabic, Spanish, Vietnamese, and maybe Korean. I can't remember, but that's in that shared folder.
Korean and Chinese are in there. Carolyn mentions video PSAs for marketing. You've gone into homeless shelters and needing to help with restoration. Yeah, We have an Arlington Offenders Aid and Restoration, OAR. You probably have similar, but we do work with them providing restoration information. And we have gone into the Arlington Food Assistance Center and the Arlington Street People's Assistance Centers doing voter registration. That's a very good source of helping people who don't usually get a lot of help with anything. In fact, we're scheduled hopefully to go back to AFAC. We were supposed to go in February, but hopefully we will go back. Yeah, Fairfax has had much more luck with their sandwich boards. I think part of the reason is because Arlington is so squished. They're worried about, you know, people having space, but as I said, we're going to keep smacking them upside the head. Census, is there any way to mine the work of the census complete count committees? That's a very good suggestion, Carolyn Kaywood. They've done market research on hard to count people and some of them that are eligible to vote. Yeah, that's a very good idea. Yes, Pam's spreadsheet will be in the shared drive if it's not there already. Rural counties have collection sites where all the garbage and trash is collected, even more than urban jurisdictions. Just wondering if we could put sandwich boards in such places. Yeah, I'm actually having someone call, because you know on the, what are the utility poles, you sometimes see lost cat, lost dog. And I went out the other day and I saw, you know, March, Unite, they were doing a march in Clarendon. And I'm like, I wonder what the legality is of slapping something up on the utility pole. We don't want to do it without, so I'm having someone call and find out. We're having people call and find out about all sorts of things, like can we put in the median strips, you know how all the candidates can put in the median strips, it's 30 days out, you know, vote for me, vote for me. Well, why can't we do that? Well, you can do that. We got the regs from the county. It depends on if it's county owned or VDOT owned. There's two separate regs, but one of our members already has those regs. So we're going to figure out how to do that. It's whatever you can think of. You know, there's no stupid question and there's no stupid idea because it will often pan out. I'm trying to see, I don't see any other. Janet, do you see any questions I may have missed since I was jumping in and out? I don't see any.
No, I think we got pretty much.
No, I don't see any that we have.
Oh, some more are coming in. There's some additional information that was actually added that people should look at because there's some sites that could be very helpful.
I'm scrolling down. We have an awful lot of questions here. Yeah, and then you can save the chat, as someone said, but all of these, I'm going to make sure all of these go into the letter that you get afterwards, the normal evaluation letter. All of these links will be in there to make sure. Yard signs, yes, Judith Brown, we are doing yard signs as well. Some of our members, like I happen to live on a corner, which is right off a main highway here. So I'm a prime spot. So we do have some members who have signed up to do 411 yard signs. And again, we want to put the QR code there so people can take a picture of it and put the link for people who are not QR, you know, savvy. But, you know, register to vote, get your absentee ballot. Here's the deadline, you know, be safe. You know, we have to come up with adorable titles. Another thing I'm presenting to my board, they don't know it yet, is we've been asked, I've been getting emails from people saying, I'm going to a protest. How do I register people to vote? And I'm like, well, first of all, I don't know if we can say, go register people to vote at a protest. How safe is that? But what I'm thinking of is maybe just doing business cards with 411. And so if you're marching with somebody, this is not a specific, I'm gonna whip out a piece of paper and sign you up and I'm with the League of Women Voters, blah, blah, blah. But you can simply say, are you registered? Oh no, I just moved here. Go to 411, you can do everything. So this is something that we're considering, because I don't feel comfortable telling people to go to a protest. I don't know how legal, not legal, but I don't feel comfortable because of the COVID and the violence that could happen. But if someone is going anyway, and they want to throw some business cards in their pocket in case they run across an unregistered voter, that might be an easy way to do it. Spreadsheet rural counties. Who are we missing? We got one new message coming in. Yes, there is a shared link.
Carolyn had an interesting observation, a recommendation about putting people at major intersections with signs, things like vote tomorrow. But the point of vote 411, it would be great to utilize individuals with signs, but also, just as Joan was mentioning, put vote 411 in the medians of major roads that are used by many of the people in your communities.
I like Beth's. Wear a t-shirt with 411 on the back, add the QR code so you don't have to face the person. That's thinking, Beth. I like that. Just turn around and do that. Yeah, I worked on a partisan effort once, and we would stand at the metros after the rush hours. You don't want to stand at a metro center going to work because people are rushing. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to do voter reg. They're just plowing right through. But when they're coming home, you can get their attention. So we stood there with signs at all the major metros, getting people. And in the afternoon, that does work. Now, again, that's going to matter. Do you want to do it face to face at this time, or do you just want to have a 411 information? But that metros do work. So I don't see any more questions. Adrienne just said on the membership help desk site, voter service file is linked. So there's another link there. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. These give us some great ideas, and it's important that we continue to share these across the state so that we're not all reinventing the same things. So please reach out to Janet at voterservices@lwv-va.org and share what you have, and she's trying to help connect people as well. So we are going to take a brief break, and we will return at 2 o'clock. So just very quickly.
So the same thing. What's happening now, Lisa? Not that I need to, I want to buy a big one like that. What's this little fruit thing that your dad's got? I'm going to watch it for another half hour, I guess, and it's over.
Is if you go west to the next street,
Okay, it's 2 o'clock. Claire, are you ready?
As soon as I get myself unmuted, yes.
Okay, great. I will introduce you, but I just wanted to make sure that you were back from your break.
No, I'm here.
Great. So Claire Gastanga is no stranger to the League. We rely on her frequently for her expertise and really appreciate your taking time out of your Saturday to join us. I won't read her entire bio, which is quite extensive and impressive, but she did join the ACLU of Virginia in the June of 2012 and has decades of experience as an attorney, a lobbyist, a nonprofit leader, and fundraiser. In 2016, she received a Lifetime Achievement Award during the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drum Major Awards program sponsored by the Fifth Baptist Church and Boaz and Ruth and the Richmond chapter of the Urban Financial Services Coalition. In 2015, Equality Virginia honored her as one of its outstanding Virginians for her decades of advocacy work on behalf of the LGBTQ community. Claire, if there's anything else you would like to highlight about your experiences?
Nope.
Okay, I'll let you go ahead and take it from here. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Listen, I have so many ideas in my head from listening in to the last session, and among other things, you know, we had a big fight with Fairfax County about public access to the Metro site at I think it was Whaley Avenue, because they built it in a way that it had private property all around the entrance to the Metro. And we usually view those as legitimate public forums. I mean, public sidewalks are the most treasured public forums there are for free speech. And they had set up a scenario in which a person who was running for office who happened to be employed by the property owner was able to put some signs up that weren't. So we challenged the Fairfax leaders to clarify that situation and to basically say, we can't have this contract with you if you're not going to preserve the public access to what are ordinarily public spaces. So while the Metro entrances are obviously limited by reasonable time, place, manner rules, and if you put a placard up, it might not be able to stay forever and it might have to have a person there. You should be thinking of those as just like any other sidewalk, and think about, you know, what you could do on any sidewalk in terms of your ability to reach out to voters in those circumstances. And then, I mean, the title of this speech probably is mostly characterized best by just saying that I want to talk about moving beyond restoration. And, you know, we are so privileged to be able to work with the League on so many things. We were happy to be at the League celebration in February. We obviously worked very closely during the legislative session on all of the historic voter access changes that were made that are just so exciting. And we were very privileged to be your lawyers in suing over the witness requirement. And of course, that lawsuit continues to go on, and we're going to keep at it until we are rid of that requirement completely, because it isn't just a COVID-19 barrier to voting. It's a long-term barrier to voting that needs to go away. And we all know where it came from and why it was there. There are still other southern states that not only have witness requirements, but require notaries, and some require 2 signatures. And all of that is about keeping people from being able to access the ballot box, and particularly Black people. So, you know, this week has been historic at least in Richmond and Alexandria and some other places, in the removal of monuments to the Confederacy and removal of monuments to white supremacy. And there are 2 remaining monuments to those movements in our Constitution. If you read about voting in our Constitution, you see the appendage of Jim Crow, which is voter disenfranchisement for felonies. People are starting to really connect to the real history of policing. Every police department in the United States is antecedent or slave patrols in the South. There were no police until slave patrols were established in the South to return property to their owners. And so every police department in the United States of America has that as the historical antecedent. And when the disenfranchisement provisions were written into our Constitution, they were written in at the same time there were Black codes, which were specific laws that only Black people could violate. And so they went from a circumstance and situation in which theoretically people were, freed from slavery and given the right to vote, to a circumstance in which we set up these racist and directly purposeful policies to criminalize people so that they can be re-enslaved. If you read the 13th Amendment, it says slavery is abolished except if you're in prison, and you can be a slave in prison. And we do that in Virginia, and that's a whole other topic we can talk about on another day. We have people who work for 80 cents an hour who are making masks for police and others. So we have this disenfranchisement provision, which is obviously grows out of, is a part of, and continues to disenfranchise people. But the other piece people don't really often think carefully about is the provision that says that you can lose your right to vote if you're adjudicated quote unquote incompetent. And that is a historical appendage to the eugenics movement, which obviously has a racist foundation and was designed to ensure that people could be disqualified from voting by being found to be feeble-minded or otherwise not qualified. And the people that were categorized that way were most often people of color. And in today's world, I mean, I'm the sister of an autistic savant who lives and works independently in Princeton. And if I could go to any court in the United States and have him declared legally incompetent in some sense and get a guardianship to protect his financial circumstances. But even if we were to do that, that wouldn't tell me anything about whether he has the ability to make decisions about voting. And so we have a law that says if somebody says you can't balance your checkbook, that also means you can't vote. And those two things, as we learn more and more about developmental disabilities and the range of them and different people's abilities, to say that someone who has a developmental disability who needs guardianship for the narrow purpose of making sure that their financial circumstances are taken care of can't make informed decision about voting. It's time for us to move beyond that view of people in that circumstance. So our proposal, which is currently written in Senate Joint Resolution 8 that was introduced by Mamie Locke last session, has been carried over, and we are going to be spending the summer, and we hope the League of Women Voters will join our Right to Vote coalition. But we are going to be spending this summer and into the fall kind of counting votes and seeing if we can get to 21 senators who will support the Right to Vote amendment when it moves forward. And if we can, if we think the time is right, we'll go ahead and see if we can't get P&E to meet and move Senate Joint Resolution 8 forward, or we'll reintroduce the amendment so it can be considered. But as you well know, we've got to go to the General Assembly and get it passed in 21, and then again after an election in 21, 22, and then the soonest we can go to ballot is 2022, and right now that's where we're headed. We are really grateful. The National League has long had as its policy that there should be a right to vote for everyone, and we're very gratified that the state league has also come to that as well. I think, we do have already available online some materials. We're updating those materials so that they're current, because they have a lot in there about no excuse absentee voting, which we were working on as a first step. And obviously you all should feel some reason to celebrate for all the hard work you've done to make that a reality. And so as of July 1, that's where we'll be, and that's great. So we have some revisions to do, but fundamentally our message isn't going to change, which is it's time to move beyond telling people they have to beg for their rights back and make a case that they're good enough, and move to thinking about voting really truly as a right that you get when you're 18 and that no one can take away from you. It's really interesting. We did some polling, and the polling on this was really encouraging. I don't know how many of you followed what happened in Florida, but in Florida, they made an affirmative decision at the outset to leave some people behind. And so while 1.4 million people in Florida got their right to vote back, which they've had to keep fighting for because the legislature wanted to make it dependent on payment of fines and fees, they made an affirmative decision at the outset that some people who've been convicted of some crimes weren't going to get their rights back. And, you know, when you have a criminal legal system that is as infected with racial bias as ours is, any decision to leave anybody behind is a decision to affirm, you know, the unfairness of that system. And so from the outset of our conversations about this, I started talking about it in, I think, the end of 2016. I was personally of the view that we could not get to true racial justice at the ballot box unless and until we guaranteed the right to vote to everyone. And by everyone, I mean everyone, people serving time, anybody. You're 18, you get your right to vote, it's yours forever, you don't lose it. And people said, well, why did you come to that conclusion? And part of it was, I looked at the data that Terry McAuliffe put out about his restorations, and Terry did 176,000 restorations in his last year in office in 2016. And because he was accused of doing it to re-enfranchise a bunch of Black folks that would vote for Hillary, he put out the data about what demographically what the group looked like. And the data showed that a majority of the people he was restoring were white in a situation in which the majority of people disenfranchised are Black. And the reason for that was the intersection of two curves. The 1995 no parole law that increased the length of everyone's sentence. So if you had a set of rules that people don't get their rights back until they are no longer in supervision, then the longer sentences meant fewer people, obviously almost no one convicted since 1995 is eligible. And you also overlay with that the increased racialization of our criminal justice system, which we don't use justice anymore, we just call it the criminal legal system for a reason, also overlaid on that. And so the reality was, well, 1 in 5 African Americans in Virginia can't vote, and a majority of the people who are disenfranchised, left over from Terry's work, about 300,000 are Black. The people who are being re-enfranchised are going to continue to be disproportionately white for a while. And with 12,000 more people being felonized every year, you know, our current governor's rate of re-enfranchisement is about, I don't know, 10, 11,000 he's done maybe. So we calculated it would take about 30 years under if we were just doing what we're doing now to get everybody off the list. And, you know, obviously that's not justice. So if we pass a constitutional amendment, says everybody has a right to vote, 18 and over, then everybody gets their right to vote back, and everybody can vote. And it is what we should aspire to, and it is the next monument to the Confederacy and to Jim Crow that we need to take down in order for us to truly move toward a real and just society. It's so interesting. I've given this talk to lots of different groups now. I think the first time was a religious group at St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Richmond, and then I've given it to business groups, and I've given it to a human rights group up in Arlington, and to league groups, and to groups of people who are formerly incarcerated persons. And in almost every case, it's really fun to watch the audience, because they all start kind of wrapped up in defensive body postures. Like, you know, I'm okay, I'm ready to listen, you know, but I'm not really open to your ideas. And as the conversation goes on, I'm always amazed by how people become less and less resistant to the idea. And that's what our polling shows. And the most encouraging thing about our polling is we tested to see if it would be easier to get something passed if we left people behind. In other words, if we were polling to figure out how to message what we want to do, but we were looking to the data to see if it said anything about if we changed our goal, would it make it significantly more possible to get where we want to go? And the good news was that it didn't. I mean, the good news was that the people who are resistant to this idea, there are about 30% of people whose minds were never going to change. And it doesn't matter to them who's in the group, right? Or how restrictive it is. And then the rest of the 67% of people who are not in that group, there are a few that will move along the spectrum, but they're persuadables. And even after we did the negative picture, like if you vote for this, you're going to be voting for, a rapist to be on a jury and all the kinds of ugly things that are going to be said. Even after we did that, as long as if we got our positive message about this out first, we didn't lose that many people. And even if the negative message went out first and then the positive, we only lost about 6% of people who, once they figured out we were saying that people who are in prison should vote. So that just affirmed that we're going the right place, and that our absolute approach and our not leave anybody behind approach and our understanding that people who are currently incarcerated have families and care about the policies that both affect their families and themselves, and some of them even pay taxes still, and that our approach is the right approach. And we just are hoping to bring as big a coalition together to hold hands with us in trying to achieve this objective. We have a great group of people that includes a number of directly impacted people, and the joy when you say to them, I'm not asking you to go to the legislature, because I was in last session when we had the ballot amendment up before the body. When they were before the Senate, it was before we had a long conversation with some folks from Virginia New Majority, and in the Senate they were talking about how they were so joyed to get their right back, and to sort of get this reward for good behavior. And we had this long conversation before we were in the House, and we talked about all these things, and I said, think about it differently. Think about that this is something that is the fundamental currency of democracy, that it's yours, and that it was wrong to take it away in the first place. And the difference in the body posture even of the people who were making the presentation was remarkable when they were encouraged to access the dignity of they had been wronged, as opposed to somebody had been nice to them by doing something to give them something back that they should never have lost in the first place. So I am really excited about this. You can tell I'm passionate about it. I want so much to make this happen in Virginia, to be the first Southern state that guarantees the right to vote to everyone. There are other Southern states in our Southern collective at the ACLU who are excited to follow us if we can make this happen. So I do feel like we can be the vanguards of a movement. And so I'd love to answer any questions that you have about this. And the interesting possibility is that we would end up with the repeal of the so-called marriage amendment and the right to vote amendment on the ballot in the same year, which could be pretty amazing, because Adam Evans' constitutional amendment also was carried over for consideration in 2021, and that would be an amendment to repeal the so-called marriage amendment. So, we have exciting times ahead. In the current environment, I think it's always nice to have something positive that you might be able to accomplish. Obviously, we'd love to encourage Governor Northam not just to restore voting at a higher rate, but to become a champion for changing the Constitution. And it's going to take. We're focused right now on looking at the Senate, and I will tell you right now, we do not have certainty that we have 21 votes in the Senate. And we'll be talking to a lot of different people, but I hope you'll be talking to your senators, because it would be a shame if we could get it through the House, but we can't get it through the Senate. And somebody on the chat pointed out that it is already a fact that Maine and Vermont have right to vote for everyone, and so does Puerto Rico. So we wouldn't be the first in the nation, but we would be the first in the South. And so I open it up to any questions that you have.
Okay. What can be done to encourage the governor to do more of this until the constitutional amendment is passed?
Well, I mean, I think the league could certainly sit down with Kelly and talk to her about what the barriers are to moving forward. But here's the deal. He could decide, because the governor has complete discretion. The only thing that the Supreme Court case that the Republicans brought against him, against Terry, says is that he has to do it on a case-by-case basis. But he could decide that he's going to give everybody the right to vote immediately upon their exit from custodial care. So right now, he doesn't restore it until after they're completely out from under supervision, which means if they have parole or they're on probation, they're not eligible for restoration. So he could expand the number of people currently getting their rights restored if he were to just decide that as they walk out the door of a Department of Corrections facility, because that's where felons are housed, that they are handed their restoration papers as part of their exit documentation. I mean, that's something he could do to expand the number now without having to wait for any change in the Constitution. And he could put more staffing in the office to be able to process more cases. I don't think he feels that he's under any pressure to do that. And I think that theoretically he should be ready to do some bold things, although I have to tell you that's not my experience of his nature. Even though he obviously is a one-term governor, he has great freedom to make decisions about what his legacy is going to be. He's just not a very bold person. And so I think, I think the more people who talk to him, the more chance we have getting him to be an advocate. It would be very helpful to have all three of the statewide electeds be on the record in favor of the constitutional amendment. And right now, none of the three are.
Because you're such a professor of history, and many people are thanking you for your historical perspectives, why do we have to have voter registration in the first place?
Well, I think that's really interesting, and it's a really good question. I mean, I think the good news is we're going to automatic registration. We're going to opt out registration at DMV, but I guess it's not till 2022. But no, that I've got lost track for the moment about which ones of these things are effective which days. Like the language thing is September 21. The same day registration is before the November election in 22. And I've lost track of when opt-out goes. And I think that's one of the sooner ones. But, moving from the idea that you have to decide affirmatively to register to you have to decide affirmatively that you don't want to register is a huge move in the right direction. Given technology and given realities, someday it may be that we won't even be thinking about election in terms of precincts, that you'll be able to walk into a voting center anywhere and the computer will be able to give you the ballot that's appropriate for where you live. Registration fundamentally is about trying to categorize people into groups for deciding which offices they get to vote on and which offices they don't. So, but I think there's a potential for, polling votes to be done in such a way that you can deliver the right ballot to someone regardless of where they're standing. And that, that might be something that we can think about. I should put on the record we are unalterably opposed to mail only. In Virginia, particularly given our segregated past and the lack of trust in how mailed-in ballots are handled, that permeates particularly the older Black voters in our Commonwealth. Everyone who's talking about mail voting, we're underscoring that we fundamentally unequivocally are opposed to mail-only voting. I mean, Oregon is a very homogeneous state with 3% Black voters, and although they did have sunset cities and there is some history of overt racial segregation and discrimination, they're not a de jure state like ours, and they don't have the same history we have. And by mail only disproportionately adversely affects people with disabilities, people who are have housing insecurity, and people who have experienced the reality that mail-in ballots sometimes get lost and don't get counted for certain people in certain places in our state. So we want to be sure, and we're going to be asking the governor to make sure that he make sure that there's PPE available for voters, so that if he still has a mask requirement or healthcare, people are still recommending we all wear masks, that voters aren't turned away at the polls because they don't have a mask. So we're gonna be, talking more about that, but it is really important that we continue to keep in-person voting as an option, but it has to be safe, and part of the safety piece has to be the state taking on the cost of making it safe.
Maybe the league providing masks where needed might be something to look at.
Yeah, masks, and part of what you're seeing with the farmers markets about not wanting you handing out flyers is about the idea that COVID-19 can be communicated by giving somebody a piece of paper, which the science goes back and forth on whether that's really a mode of transmission that would be effective, but I understand why people are being careful. So I think it is really important to talk about the importance of preserving in-person voting, and also making sure that if a decision is made to limit the number of polling places in order to to push hard for mail-in, which has its own cost implications, but also to preserve in person, there may be arguments that there should be fewer in-person places to vote, and we need to guard carefully against the idea that those places are placed in ways that are not fair and potentially advantage some people in some communities who want to vote in person and hurt other people in other communities. Even with early voting, in-person absentee, I've been concerned about whether Fairfax has distributed their sites as well as need be in a circumstance in which the registrar's office is a 3-hour bus ride from South Fairfax. It'd take at least 3 hours if you were to go there on the bus. So, wanting to be sure that, the satellite centers are not all in, Drainsville and not in Mount Vernon. Those are the kinds of things that I think we have to be thoughtful about as we think about being safe.
This is regarding voting while in prison. How do you guarantee a secret ballot in a coercive environment?
Yeah, I think you have to be, I think there has to be some consciousness about that. Right now, we're trying to get as many people out of prisons and jails as we can, not just because of COVID-19, but because it's not right for people who haven't been convicted of anything to be sitting in a jail without any conditions for release. And we're also concerned about the reality that we over-rely on prison as a response to what should be considered those social issues and health issues like drug addiction. But if people are going to vote in prison, I think you're right. We have to be thoughtful about what protections that we want to be sure are put in place. The ballot would, under current circumstances, certainly be something that's a printed ballot. we can ensure that it would be illegal for that ballot to be opened. We can do things that create a structure that discourages that kind of coercion. And then we just have to be ready to enforce that structure when it is abused. We know from our work on solitary and trying to end solitary confinement that it is absolutely the case that state prison grievance mechanisms are a joke. We have a law that says nobody can sue any prison over any policy without filing a grievance, but then the grievance mechanism isn't useful. And we do know that people are routinely subjected to really arbitrary behaviors by the people that are supervising them in custody, that are mean-spirited, racist, and wrong. And yet we have legal systems that make those very difficult to challenge when they happen to individuals. So that's one of the other things we're talking about in the context of police reform, and it runs through this as well. People who are not subject to legal accountability because the system protects them from ever being on the hook financially or otherwise, feel invulnerable. And we have police on the streets who cannot lose their license to police in Virginia unless they're convicted of a felony or certain misdemeanors. So they can be fired by 5 successive local departments for use of force and still go get a job as a police person because they still have their certification from the state. And that has to change. I mean, if you can't lose your license to police for bad misconduct, only for criminal behavior, and only criminal behavior in which a conviction's actually obtained, then you feel pretty invulnerable in terms of your behavior. And you add that to the fact that they all have qualified immunity, which says that unless a particular court has said in a particular sentence that exactly what they did was unconstitutional, you can't ever recover any damages against them for violations of people's rights. And so they're not exposed in terms of licensure, and they're not exposed in terms of their pocketbooks. And we're going to work very hard to change both of those things, but we would need to do that and extend that to the correctional environment as well, in order to be sure that when people have a right to vote in prison, that right to vote is in fact respected and not abused.
Parents of children who have special needs often sign documents to protect their children financially. From what I understand, a couple of the common downloadable forms also have language that could wind up disenfranchising these children. Do you know of sites where we could direct parents to better forms, or has the ACLU developed?
Yeah. No, this is why I say we have to really take this provision out of the Constitution. I don't think this is a question of the form. I think this is a question of the way that the Constitution is written. It says if you get somebody adjudicated legally incompetent, that's it, they can't vote. And there's no ability to differentiate, one from the other. I do know that there are judges in Virginia who do guardianship orders that are written to make sure that the person's assets are protected and taken care of without declaring them legally incompetent. So it's something that's I've talked with the Disability Rights Law Center about, and our own Disability Rights Project nationally, and I don't have a good answer for you, but the first thing we have to do is get this out of the Constitution so that there can be a real conversation about the right to vote. In New Jersey, they ended up flipping the presumption. So in New Jersey, they ended up changing their constitution to say that you only lose your right to vote if a judge makes an affirmative decision in your case based on your facts that you don't have the competency to be able to vote. I'm not ready to go there yet, but it's certainly better than ours, which is that it's presumed that if you're incompetent for one purpose, you're incompetent for every purpose, and that's not right. So I saw that question. It's a great one. And I'm going to talk to my friends at the Disability Law Center about whether there's a way for us to collaborate in helping people understand the reality that if they have their kids declared legally incompetent for purposes of protecting their financial assets, that they're disenfranchising them and permanently in Virginia until we get the Constitution changed.
We have a couple of questions on citing polling places. I've been wondering about citing polling places. When I lived in Centerville, the voting lines took hours. But in Leesburg, there's often little or no wait. Is Virginia overall reasonable about citing?
Yeah.
And excuse me, and someone else says, the law about citing polling places provides for no public input.
Yeah. You know, a lot about citing polling places comes out of the National Voter, what's called Motor Voter and general thinking. This is going to be a huge issue this fall, because if COVID continues to be something people need to think about in terms of public participation in voting, there's going to be a big move to say no more schools, no more assisted living facilities, no more places like Green Spring Village, which is a precinct in and of itself. And we just, we haven't really figured out what the right answer there is yet, because we don't want people in those facilities to have less access because they have to go outside their facilities to vote. We also don't want that to be a precinct that people who don't live there are assigned to, who don't feel comfortable and aren't permitted to enter, because it's not healthy for the people who live there. So there's some big issues that if COVID continues to be an issue, this citing issue is going to become something that we're all going to have to really work hard on. And I would encourage you to start talking to the registrars. I know you had the registrar, the head of the Registrars Association as a keynoter today, but the registrars are thinking about these things, and I would start talking to your local registrars and asking them the question as to what it is that they think. And look, registrars can have meetings with the public to talk about citing polling places. There's nothing in the law that says they can't do that. And theoretically, you know, they should be willing to do that. And I agree, it's crazy that they don't invite people into that conversation, and they should. And that's one of the things that I find interesting. It's like I was having a conversation with a couple of reporters yesterday about police transparency. And I said, you're clear that's a choice, right? And they said, what do you mean? And I said, there's nothing in the law that says they can't decide to release the name of an officer who was disciplined and the nature of the discipline. You know, we at the ACLU, we believe strongly in both personal privacy and due process, and we believe in holding police accountable. And there's a way to balance those three interests in a way that serves the public and the officer. But these folks are public officials, and if they get fired, the public has a right to know why they got fired. You know, and if they didn't get fired, the public has a right to know why they didn't get fired. So I do think it's a choice. No, Cindy, I didn't say Green Spring Village wouldn't. I said people are going to be asking questions like that. So that's why I say you have to put it on your agenda. One of the questions was, did I say that Green Spring Village, where my parents used to live, won't be holding voting? No, I didn't. But right now, most of those facilities are on lockdown, and they don't let anybody from outside in. So it's possible if they are a precinct in and of themselves, it's not a big deal. But there are places in Richmond where they're just the voting location for a neighborhood. And that neighborhood, you know, polling location might no longer view the neighborhood as being you know, admissible.
There was a question earlier about Florida, and you know, when the information first came out, it was, oh, Florida restored all these rights, isn't this wonderful? And then the next thing you heard is Florida has reinstated another poll tax.
Yes, we had to
give us briefly how that happened?
Yeah, we had to sue them, and the good news is the way we've written our amendment, that wouldn't be possible, because it says that you have a right to vote when you're 18 that can't be abridged by law, period. Well, you know, so any kind of law that's passed that limits it, not okay. But the way that the Florida one was written, it left open the argument to the legislators that they could set a condition on voting, which was that you had to have paid your fines and fees. And we've always said that was a poll tax. We believe that's a modern day poll tax. And so we've sued them successfully in Florida over that. I'm sure it's on appeal at this point, but yeah, I mean, 1.4 million people got their rights back, and then the legislature promptly turned around and said, yeah, okay, but only if you pay, which is part of why we're so careful about how we're writing our language and want to avoid those kinds of responses. Our good friend, Emmett Hanger, Senator Hanger, had an amendment to expand. It was basically to let the legislature have a role in deciding who could get their rights back. And he was really unhappy with me because he got it through the Senate. And then it didn't get through the House. And let's just say he held me responsible for that. And he was so mad at me. He said, Claire, I've been working with Yvonne Miller on this forever. This is restorative justice. This is a good bill. I said, no, Senator, it's not. It's not okay to have a bill that allows the legislature to decide who's the good felon and who's the bad felon, and to create these classes of people who have the right to vote and don't. So I'm going to be personally responsible. In our coalition group, they assigned me the task of seeing if I can move Senator Hanger from where he is to where we want him to be. So anybody who knows Senator Hanger, I hope you'll talk to him about how he should, could, and ought to move from what he introduced to endorsing SJR 8 and to be in favor of the right to vote for everyone, because I think he might go there if he had the right encouragement, but he was pretty much in the pew of no, all we need to do is just make sure it's just not the governor making these decisions. We need to give the legislature the authority to make these decisions. So, and the other, that somebody said something about holiday. Look, I'm really excited about the fact that we have a state holiday on Election Day effective this year, because I think it creates a real possibility that there are going to be a whole host of people available to volunteer to work the polls, who are state and local employees, who might otherwise, teachers, people who otherwise would have had to be at work. I mean, I don't know that every private business in Virginia is going to respect the holiday, but I do know that state and local workers traditionally didn't want to take their leave to do this. So I'm excited that we have a whole potential pool of new people to engage in election day work on election day and as poll workers. So I hope you're talking to your friends and to the Virginia Education Association and other folks about how important it might be to encourage them to suggest to their members who are on holiday that they think about volunteering, because a lot of the traditional volunteers, as we all know, are people like us who are above a certain age and are told by public health officials that it's not good for us to be out there, in close contact with the public. So I think it's exciting to think about having an expanded group.
Yeah, Carolyn says students in state schools. Do you want to take Pam's last question there, Claire?
Yeah, okay. I think we ought to let the community decide when they think racism is over. I don't think any legislative or official institutional body has any claim on that. I think it's what I am seeing and hearing is I did give myself permission to have an exposure event, and I was out in the demonstrations on Tuesday. Folks are not going to be backing away from their efforts to ensure that we're in a truly just society. And so I think we have to look to them to tell us when they think we've gotten there. Any idea that the United States Supreme Court is going to by edict decide anything that anybody's going to pay attention to right now is interesting. Of course, there are a lot of scary things that could happen in the Supreme Court before the end of June. So keep your eyes and ears peeled. Your LGBTQ friends may need a lot of support, because it's quite possible that this might be the most devastating end of a Supreme Court term that they've certainly experienced, having won some battles, and then the two cases have to do with both a transgender person who was fired and a gay man who was fired, and and whether Title VII of the Civil Rights Act protects people, and that those cases could have adverse implications for our case against the Gloucester schools on behalf of Gavin Grimm, who's the boy who just wanted to be able to use the bathroom. So, you know, that, and there's a qualified immunity case up there that if it went the right way would be great, but it's probably not going to. So the end of term, which it, you know, always happens between now and July 1, they sort of save all the really heavy ones till the end, is going to be interesting. And John Roberts, you know, I mean, John Roberts is the new moderate. I mean, I don't know. It's going to be hard to see. You know, if there are 5-4 decisions, he's going to have to be part of the 5. So we shall see.
We have no more questions.
Claire, thank you so much. You've given us.
Time with you all. Thank you for inviting me. You know, I'm always willing to go anywhere a league chapter asks me to come. So just let me know and think about joining, officially joining this, you know, our Right to Vote coalition. You'll be together with a whole lot of interesting and committed people who are really thinking about how we can win this fight and do something historic in 2022. So thank you all. Bye.
Hey, Claire, I don't think we've gotten an official invite to that. So if you could send something.
Not to worry, Deb.
Great,
it's
thank
on
you.
its way. All right.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
So Tina is already here, and so we will keep things rolling ahead of schedule if that's okay with everybody. And Tina, please accept my apology in advance for not getting your last name pronounced correctly. And I'll just let you say it because I don't even want to mess it up. But Tina is speaking to us today from FairVote, Virginia about ranked choice voting. She's an educator and advocate for community solutions. For over 15 years, she's been an educator in Dinwiddie, Chesterfield, and Richmond public schools. She has helped organize the teachers for local and state advocacy campaigns. Through her time in the educational field, she learned about restorative justice and trauma-informed practices. Tina holds a BS from Appalachian State University in secondary education with a business concentration. She was a creative writer of poetry. She is a creative writer of poetry, fiction, and has a meditation blog on welloflove.com. Additional passions include time in the natural environment and outdoor leadership, as well as advocating for environmental stewardship. Tina, welcome, and thank you so much for joining us today.
All right, well, thank you for having me. Let's see. I appreciate you all having me here. And can everybody hear me okay then? Okay. Yeah, you heard my introduction, and that's kind of what got me into advocacy, was coming through the education field. I kind of realized how many times we often have well-intended policies and people that craft these things, but then as they come down, they don't really do the functions that they're intended for. And so I've started looking at a broader range of election reforms that I'm interested in, to try and figure out which ones can kind of, rather than working for a particular issue, working on just including voices, having voices included. And I have found that ranked choice voting is something that I really believe could bring in that voter engagement and bring in a better representation of voter voices. I wasn't sure how much everyone knows, so I was just going to go through some background on what ranked choice voting actually is, how it functions, and then talk a little bit more about what we at FairVote Virginia are planning on this year. So I'm going to share with you all my screen. Here we go. And I'm just going to leave these up as I go through them. So in Virginia, we use plurality elections. There are some states that use the 2-round runoff elections. Georgia and Louisiana use it most heavily. But here in Virginia, most local elections are plurality elections. And what that means is that in some cases, in Richmond last year, we had a special election for town council. We had 8 people running. So the person who won ended up winning with only 27% of the vote. So you do not have to have a majority. And that's where 2-round elections come in, because 2-round elections can keep going through rounds to make sure that you do end up with a majority. And so that's something that ranked choice voting brings in, is it allows to make sure instead of just winning with a plurality, even if you have a crowded field, you're going to end up with the majority winner. And so what you do is it's literally just ranking the candidates that you have on your ballot. In some places you can rank the top 3, in some it's every candidate. I will also say that the other thing that we see is that it, gives the voters choice. So that way you're getting to, you're not having to decide like, who do I think is going to be a viable candidate, that kind of thinking. You're able to just vote for who you think the best candidates are. So in this, so if you had 3 candidates, you would rank them who your first, second, or third choice would be. If in the first round, if there is one majority winner, then it's no big deal and that ends the election and that person has the majority. I will say that most local elections, they rarely don't run more than 2 or 3 candidates. So this is a pretty typical scenario. Even with ranked choice voting, you very often end up, with a majority winner pretty simply. But if it is a more crowded field and things are spread out, then this is what you would go through. So for example, in round 1, you have the 4 candidates. None of the 4 candidates had received a majority vote. And so the candidate with the lowest number of votes, we will drop that candidate. So in this case, we're going to drop candidate D and redistribute their votes, their second choice votes, to other candidates. So we're going to look at those, it's 15 votes that voted for candidate D. We're going to figure out from those 15 voters who their second choice was, and we're going to move their votes over to their second choice. So of course, this is all done with wonderful software these days. So it's not anything that anybody's personally, doing, but this is how it would work. And then after that second round, there still isn't a clear winner. So then you drop the candidate again. So in this case, candidate C drops and you redistribute votes, and you just keep doing that till you see the majority winner. And in this case, it would have been candidate A. And again, that's also not atypical. People talk about ranked choice voting being such a big change. And I think one of the things that I try to stress to people is that yes, it is a change, but it isn't a dramatic change. And it does allow for better representation from the research we've seen, but it also doesn't upset your, stronghold candidates. If there's a candidate that has a very strong hold in an area, then they're probably going to just have that same record. So it's, it does shake things up. It might change things a little, but it's not, dramatic or drastic. So Virginia, we did just pass some legislation this last year to allow for localities in Virginia to take the option to use ranked choice voting. In the past, it's been used in some primaries, party primaries in our state, but that's been kind of it. If you're looking for a good case study, Maine is a great case study. They've been using it for a while now. And we use Maine a lot of times when we're looking at things here in Virginia, because in some way, Maine is also a fairly divided state, evenly divided between the 2 parties, has, some similar political, parallels with Virginia. And so it is an interesting state to look at. And then there are several countries that use it. Australia is probably one that most people hear about. There are a lot of benefits to it. Like I said, it does start to include more proportionality of diverse voices. It allows for the majority winner. It takes away the spoiler effect, the idea of if you have a third, an independent candidate, and they're going to split the vote of one party or another. This takes away that effect. People can vote for that independent candidate and the second or third choice would still be your other candidates. And the other thing I want to say about the voting is that if you go in and there's only one candidate that you care about and you only want to vote for one candidate, well, then you can still do that. You can still go in and just cast your vote for the one person. You don't have to rank the others. So again, it's just giving options to voters. And then the other thing that we've seen in a lot of the studies is that it actually seems to change the way campaigning works, which is exciting to me because the negative campaigning is really something I'm just over. And so you don't want to disenfranchise your opponent's voters because those voters might be putting you as your second or third choice. So there is a real change in the discussion around campaigning. And, you know, it's not all kumbaya still, but there is less negative campaigning with it. And then, like I said, there are a lot of research studies that you can go to and kind of see where it is that, you know, the way that this allows for more diversity during elections. So for Virginia, for FairVote Virginia, for us, like I said, we've passed some local legislation. And now our next step is going to be, you know, trying to find the localities that are interested in adopting this and working to get them, you know, get policy passed in each locality. So it's going to be a lot of small teams working throughout Virginia that's going to make this happen. I'm going to go ahead and switch off the screen share. Let me pull that down. Here we go. And so that's going to be, you know, where we're going to be looking for a lot of allies in building our teams in the different localities. One of the things I will say that, you know, when we wrote we didn't write the bill ourselves, but we supported it. We helped craft the language. It had to get modified a couple of times. We had a sister bill over in the Senate that didn't pass at first. There were some people really you know, a lot of legislators were not sure about this and had a lot of questions. Luckily, we had the House bill and it had a little more bipartisan support. So we got a little more traction in the House. And then when it moved over to the Senate, we had talked to enough people and educated enough people on what this bill was, what ranked choice voting is, that we were able to get the buy-in from the Senate and get it passed and signed. But when the language was crafted, we crafted it so that we would, the implementation or wouldn't become effective until next July, so July of 2021. Part of the reason we did that was simply to give everybody time to educate their localities and find the localities that wanted to participate. The other part of that is that we had found out that there are some voting machines in Virginia that were not ready or would not be able to adapt to this type of system. And we have been working and hearing from those localities that there is upgrades that were already in the works for this year. So knowing that those upgrades were in the works, we wanted to wait until those upgrades were done so that we would have, you know, the vast, vast majority of Virginia being able to participate in it if they wanted to. The other part is there is a 10-year sunset clause. That doesn't affect anything too much other than to say that this is really our time to get people educated on what ranked choice voting is and get them talking to their local officials. The biggest hurdle we found, even in talking with legislators, was simply that it's something new to them, and there's just you know, a lot of people unsure about that. But again, the people that we there were a couple legislators' aides that were from Maine, and when they found us, they hunted us down in the halls of the legislature and found us and said, "We heard you're working on this here in Virginia. We want this so much." And so they came to us to say, how can we help get this passed? So the people who have had experience with it, we've seen just a lot of enthusiasm from them. I think for us here in Virginia, it's about getting people comfortable with this idea. I would also say, though, that with more of the talk of more people using absentee ballots, more people, using mail-in ballots, ranked choice voting would be something that works very well hand in hand with that. And some military overseas elections are already handled with this. And one of the reasons is because if you're going through, let's say the primary where you have a bunch of candidates, first of all, because you're not doing just the, one vote, candidates tend to stay in throughout the entire campaign because they don't feel that they have to leave to make room for that viable candidate. So everybody pretty well stays in throughout the race. So that's also kind of interesting to me, and it keeps the debate a little bit more, potent in my thoughts. It keeps everybody's ideas in the debate. And because you can use ranked choice voting, if for some reason, if you have, ranked your candidates and your number one candidate drops out of the race, well, you don't have a quote unquote wasted vote. And so I know there were people who voted absentee in the primary this year that by the time the primary date came around, the candidates they were voting for had essentially dropped out and they felt like they had really missed an opportunity to get to vote. But with ranked choice voting, you don't lose that vote because it just goes down the line of your preferences. And so that really is, again, just something that is, as we're in these changing times, it's important to see that, this could be something that would support more absentee voters. Like I said, those are the big things right now. What we're working on at FairVote Virginia is, crafting those local teams and getting people to check that out. I wanted to do one other thing with you all before we get to questions, is I've got a little sample poll and I am going to send out a little link here and on the message board. Let's see, make sure. All right, so if you'll click on that link, this is a app called Rank It, and this goes through and actually kind of, you can set up your own little poll. I just set this one up for the months and, for everybody to vote on their favorite month, and then we can look and see at the results. So this is just a good thing to kind of be able to use to show people how it works. Let's see. Is that link working for you all? Yeah, should be. All right, so I'm seeing the results. So I'm going to share my screen one more time so you guys can see these. And so it looks like January really is not a popular month at all. I love that you all chose September. That's actually my birth month. So thank you. But yeah, so you can see how it went through. And actually in this case, it went through one round. It was a clear winner for September. And so it didn't need to go through additional rounds. But this is something that, and I could refresh this again, see if more people are voting. All right, January's got some votes now. And so, but you can see September is still in the lead. So again, like I said, it's, ranked choice voting is one of those things that might sometimes change. Some elections, some close elections give people more opportunity to be included, but it's not going to necessarily dramatically affect. And this is one of the things, one of the tools we've been using. So in our past educational campaigns, we had been going to farmers markets or breweries and setting up little educational presentations, and having a poll like this available, maybe, you know, post your favorite, poll for your favorite beers, poll for your favorite food, pizza or candy, whatever, and then let people kind of go through it to see it. So this is something we've been trying to use to help, you know, make sure it's accessible, get people involved a little bit more, draw them in, and then, you know, that seems to open up a conversation. Somebody said it's not an art. Yeah, it didn't need to be a, well, oh, did it not let you choose more than one? Maybe not.
No, it did.
Oh, okay. Should have let you rank them. But yes, it only had one round because there was a clear winner. So we did not go through the process of redistributing votes. All right.
There's a question.
Yeah, questions.
Sorry. Says our city council of 11 has half the seats elected every 2 years. All voters vote for all seats. So with 6 seats and 15 candidates, the top choice gets the votes. Is that ranked choice voting?
Not quite, because you're still only voting, well, I guess you're voting for several folks. But I do see, and it's, I'll be honest, so in our area, we only vote by district. I do know that's not quite ranked choice voting. It is kind of a hybrid. But I do know that if ranked choice voting, it might not change things much in those areas.
Yeah, and Chris mentions that the Arlington Democrats just held 2 endorsement caucuses using ranked choice. They were all not happy because we got an unknown, and and to me that's good because Arlington tends to be a Democratic machine. It's a one-party area. You know, you don't even run in Arlington unless you have a D, maybe an I next to your name, but that's about it. So it kind of freaked out the establishment. But do you get that kind of pushback from parties?
We definitely do. And it's, so the biggest thing we heard when we were going in to talk to legislators is that honestly, they were concerned for their own seats. And so and that's why a local option was a good place to start, because we're hoping that we can educate localities and really kind of like slowly build true buy-in, because we don't want to feel like it's forced on anybody. We want people to really want this. But what we find is that if we're talking to people, if we're talking to representatives from a heavily Democratic area, it's the Democrats that push back on us. If we're talking to an area where it's heavily Republican, it's the Republicans who push back on us. So again, it's just kind of speaks to that idea that what it does is it opens up the field, and yes, that does worry the people who have been dominant in that field.
Jane asked the question about, isn't this called multi-winner voting? I haven't heard that phrase.
Sounds to me like maybe she's addressing the council voting, where you're voting for multiple council members.
Oh, okay. The first example.
I will say that ranked choice voting, you will often hear it also referred to as instant runoff, because of like what I was saying is it does kind of allow for that automatic runoff. You know, for areas where they come back for a second round, you know, that's a lot of time and money. So for those states, that was one of their big arguments. For us in Virginia, that's not what we have. But like for me in Virginia, one of the big arguments, like I said, was that example of the 2019 District 5 race here in Virginia. And what we had is we had 8 candidates. And I would say there was like 1 or 2 who were only semi-campaigning. And then there was 1 or 2 that were pretty conservative. And then pretty much the other half of the field was really progressive. So one of the concerns was that you could take the progressive vote, or, you know, the vote for one side and spread it thin enough that a singular candidate from a different perspective would then come in and dominate. It is possible that that could happen. It doesn't seem to happen very often. And I think, again, the pros outweigh the cons. And like you said, then, you know, maybe it kind of just keeps things interesting.
I have a question. It's a cost question because Pat Hope, who's my delegate, was the one who pushed it through and said that Arlington could do it if the county board said they would pay for the costs. And we've been hearing costs from elect saying, oh, Arlington's going to have to put up at least $1 million in order to change the machines and this, that, and the other thing. And of course, with COVID, nobody's going to put up anywhere near that. But that seems a little bit exorbitant to me, that we'd have to put up $1 million to go to ranked choice voting. Do you have any cost estimates or stuff that we can use? Any documents?
Yeah, so I will share the PowerPoint, the link to the PowerPoint, and just a few as well. And on the slide, there is a link to the LIS system. So it was HB 1103. And HB 1103, there is a cost estimate attached to it. In our Department of Elections, attached a cost of 1.3 million, considering that that would be the cost for the localities that didn't have the machines yet, and for updating the VERIS system with, you know, the statewide Department of Elections. So I will say that the estimate we had seen and the estimate that was closer based off of what Maine had seen was around 60,000. So I don't know how we have ended up with these two costs that are so different, and that is something that's got to be sorted out. Arlington was super excited about ranked choice voting. They actually had their own bill in so that if the statewide bill didn't pass, they could still get it. So they do seem willing to bear a fair amount of that. And, you know, whether you like that or not, that's just, I'm telling you, the council leadership in Arlington seems interested in that. But that's also why we want to get as many localities bought in as possible. I think two things. If we get a lot of localities bought in, one, it would, if we have to bear the cost, it spreads it out. Two, I think if there's a lot of localities bought in, it puts pressure on the state to bear the cost, because it shows the state that this is something that is, you know, a mandate from the people. We are asking for this. So I think they're more likely to bear more of the cost if there's more places asking for it. But the big cost, like I said, so as far as the machines go, those were already things that were in the works to be updated this year. So that part of the cost should not be a problem. And updating the system, that is, you know, we have to update the software, but it is capable. It just needs the update. So, you know, that is what's the cost is for the reporting and things of that nature, and making sure, you know, of course, making sure all the systems talk to one another, and then going through, you know, I heard earlier about the election security. You know, that's something we heard a lot about as well, because making sure that this is tested, making sure that it's working properly. The education would also be something that would have to be done locally, but that's also where we want to come in, because we want to be part of that education program and really help people, because we don't want anyone to go in and feel surprised or find something unexpected, or, you know, not feel confident about going in and casting their votes.
I wonder if the Arlington is excited now that they didn't get their person anointed. That's going to be interesting. Grace, who of course is our budget person, says, I think there were multiple seats being filled in that city council that use RCV that would require a specific percentage of the vote to determine the winner. The percentage depends on how many seats are being elected. So filling one seat requires more than 50%, filling two seats requires more than 33 and a third percent, et cetera, et cetera. I have no mathematical brain, so you'd have to figure that one out.
Yeah, what I will say is that is what I have heard as well, and says it better than I could have said it. So thank you for the technical input. But yeah, so that's what we have seen happen. And again, I will say I am definitely more the teacher and not so much the mathematician behind the scenes. I am a reading teacher, so I always say I work with the letters. But it is something that, you know, like I said, even in places that have used it, they seem to like it. And our systems are ready. As long as we, you know, update them, then they're ready to go.
Question more for Janet and Carol Nagel. How would this affect the display of races on Vote 411? I know 411 struggles with some city councils. I don't know if it would. Now, I'm not an expert on 411, but wouldn't you still have the information for each candidate up there?
Yeah, it's the same as what we do anyway, in that in Arlington, often you do elect more than one candidate or more than one race simultaneously. So they just take the top two vote getters. So that's up to the math behind the scenes, not so much Vote 411, because that really doesn't, Vote 411 will do is provide perhaps some background as to this being a ranked choice election, so people were aware of that. But it doesn't really impact other than that. Just, you need the information on the candidates just the same.
Okay. What would the cost be for each jurisdiction if it was done statewide? I think the cost to Arlington in this case is the state said, we'll pass the bill, but if you wanted Arlington, you have to pay the cost. But if this was a statewide, if we went to ranked choice voting statewide, that would probably be a state expense, but that depends on how the legislation is written, I would gather.
Well, the legislation was written that said that the localities would carry the cost, but there was no further explanation of what that meant. And that was something that we knew that even in this, that what we're going to need to do is work with the various localities to figure that out. You know, because what would seem fair to localities? And that is a question that we don't have the answer to. But again, that's where we see it, that if we can get enough of the various places, you know, places, you know, with a variety, you know, from throughout the state, then we're going to be able to have the pressure to ask the state to carry the cost. And I will say that is what we're hoping for and what we hoped for in the beginning, but we knew that it simply wasn't going to pass the legislature if we didn't at least allow for that cost to be carried by the localities.
Okay, well, yeah, Jane Newell reminds us that it's, Varus is old anyway, and the cost to modify is great. So there'll be a cost anyway. I don't see any, oh, here we go. Could you please explain it using an example of the recent presidential election? So there are many people who voted for Jill Stein or Weld. How could RCV come into play by those voters who could list a second choice? Doesn't it avoid the spoiler effect?
Right. So let's say that we had a Republican, a Democrat, a Green, and a Libertarian. So we have 4 candidates going in. You know, so again, you can go in and you can vote for that Green Party as your first choice if that's the person that you feel most strongly about. So that is where your vote would initially show up. But then, you know, you might put one of the 2 main party candidates down as your quote unquote safety vote. So that if that independent candidate, if the Green Party candidate didn't draw enough people, then your vote would go to your second choice. And that's the thing, is that there's a real belief that right now, especially, everything is, you know, divided up into this 2-party system, and we are all kind of tired of this division. And So trying to figure out, how do we bring coalitions kind of back together? And we talk about, the positive bridge building. And if, let's say that, Stein was just a really interesting candidate and there was enough people from both other sections, from both the Democratic and Republican section that came together and crossed over and voted for her for first, then, that is where an independent candidate can kind of rise up in that election. The other thing I will tell you, just to let you know a little background about FairVote Virginia, that our board is very politically diverse. And it is one of the interesting things to me that when we first came together and we all said, yeah, we're interested in this, we looked around the table and just naturally, we had a libertarian, we had a Green Party, we had a Democratic Socialist, we had some Republicans, some Democrats. We had just like a really interesting mix of people sitting together saying, yeah, we all agree on this one thing. And in this time, like that was really exciting to me that is, if that many people from that many different political walks come together and say, yeah, this is a good idea, then, I think it really has something to say for how we can make elections better.
We have one final question, and that's on the effect of the Electoral College. Since the spread in several states ended giving the election to a different majority party candidate, how would that affect if it was really not the person's second choice? So does this have an effect on the Electoral College?
Well, the other thing I'll say is that right now, FairVote Virginia, we're focused on local elections. We're not advocating for this for state or national elections because there are a lot of other things to sort out in those areas. We're really focused on working on the local level. Like I said, again, we believe that if we can introduce this to people at a level where we really need more voter engagement, that hopefully that can increase the voter engagement. They can really feel like they get their voice heard because they can vote for the passionate candidate, even if it's not the popular candidate. And then hopefully once we've got, a better educational base in Virginia, then we can kind of talk about state and national. But I think we're a little ways away from that right now. But yes, the Electoral College is, something else that would need to be looked at. I will say there are some other organizations represent us in the National Fair Vote, which are working on, broader election reforms.
Thank you, Deb.
Tina, thank you so much. I think you did a good job of introducing us to it and explaining some of the nuances as well. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I always love coming to groups like this, especially with so many, I love all my women and then just so many people that are really engaged. And a lot of times there's, this nitpicky technical work behind the scenes is not nearly as exciting as getting out, and in the campaign or in a march or something. And so I just really appreciate seeing you all here doing that tough work, to keep everybody educated and improve our system. So thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Yeah, we like getting into the weeds, so appreciate your taking us there.
Excellent.
So we are running ahead of schedule and we're expecting our next speaker early, so in about 7 minutes. So let's take a short break and give Eileen time to get on, and a little quick break. We'll come back together at 3:30. Okay, we're back at it. Our last speaker today is Eileen Reavey with the National Popular Vote. Eileen Reavey is a grassroots, let's see, let me start over. I'm trying to mash some things together here. National Popular Vote advocates for the president to be the candidate who receives the most popular votes in all 50 states and DC. In 2016, Eileen co-founded a citizen group which advocated for the National Popular Vote bill to be passed in Oregon. After Oregon's successful adoption of the bill, she was tasked with building up the movement to elect the president by national popular vote across the country. And with that, Eileen, welcome.
Thank you very much, Deb, and thank you everyone for having me. I hope you are all doing well today. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen to start my presentation. So as Deb mentioned, I'm the National Grassroots Director for National Popular Vote. And we are a nonprofit whose sole mission is to pass the National Popular Vote Compact so that the winner of the nationwide popular vote for president becomes the president every time, effectively making every vote for president equal. And I do have time set aside at the end for questions, but feel free if you have a burning question to send them through the chat as I go. So I know that you are all League of Women Voters members, and you probably know how we elect the president already, but I'm just going to take a minute just to make sure we're all on the same page. So how do we elect our president? We use the Electoral College. So on election day, you and I cast our ballots for the candidate of our choice. But the real vote is when electors meet in December and cast their ballots. So there are 538 people who are electors who actually have the responsibility of deciding who the next president is. Their vote is the one that counts. States are allocated one elector for every representative that they have in Congress. So each state starts off with 2 for their 2 US senators and has 1 for every House member. 270 electoral votes are needed to become the president, which is a simple majority because we currently have 538 electors. That 538 number comes from 435 US House members, 100 US senators, and then the District of Columbia, while not a state, does have 3 electoral votes. So who are these people that get to decide who the president is, and we might not even have any idea who they are? So the US Constitution gives explicit power to the states to decide how their electors are selected. So specifically, Article 2, Section 1 reads, "Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors." And I say that pretty slowly because that is kind of what our whole initiative is built around, is those 17 words in the Constitution. So state legislatures decide how to award their state's electoral votes. And this is a power that the Supreme Court has termed a plenary or exclusive power of the states. So currently, 48 states and DC choose electors based on whoever received the most votes within their state on election day, Virginia being one of them. So we refer to these as statewide winner-take-all laws or winner-take-all laws. So whoever gets the most votes within the state's boundaries get all of the electoral votes. So in California, if the Democratic candidate receives the most votes, they get all 55 of California's electoral votes. Same thing in Texas. If the Republican receives the most votes, they get all 38 electoral votes. And in 2016, if you are one of the 4.5 million Californians who cast your ballot for Donald Trump, or if you are one of the 3.8 million Texans who cast your ballot for Hillary Clinton, your vote was effectively thrown out at the state line. Because your vote was not in the majority with people in your state, those 3.8 million people that cast a ballot for Hillary Clinton, their votes don't show up in the Electoral College. Only the fact that Texas's 38 electoral votes went to the Republican candidate is what shows up and what really makes the difference. So state law and how states choose to award their electors is how we end up with these divergent elections, which is when the popular vote winner is the Electoral College loser. Now, of course, we all know, we saw this, we've seen it twice in the last 2 decades. So in 2016 and 2000, the popular vote winner was the Electoral College loser. But it's actually happened 5 times in our nation's history where the candidate who received fewer votes nationwide became the president. So yes, most recently it has denied 2 Democrats the presidency, but it's not something that just happens to Democrats. In 2004, if 60,000 more voters in Ohio had cast their ballot for John Kerry instead of George Bush, John Kerry would have won the state of Ohio. He would have reached the 270 electoral vote threshold because of Ohio and become the president, despite losing the popular vote by almost as much as Donald Trump did in 2016. Now, if 60,000 voters sounds like a lot, over 115 million people voted in that election. So 60,000 people in one state being able to swing the entire outcome for the country, that's not that many people. So it almost went the other way then, and can happen pretty frequently, as we've seen 5 times. So 5 of our 45 presidents, 1 in 8, has come into office without originally receiving the most votes nationwide. So aside from the fact that this gives us presidents who don't necessarily have the mandate of the people and a majority of voters did not vote for, it has a lot of implications for the country in campaigning and policy and funding. So we refer to these as the battleground state problem, because it's winner take all laws that mean that before the campaign even begins, most states are decidedly red or decidedly blue. And candidates for the general election, so specifically the general, we're not talking about anything that happens in the primary, but once the general election starts and candidates are competing for electoral votes, candidates only campaign for a small number of voters in closely divided states. These are what we refer to as swing states or battleground states. So this map is from the 2012 election. 2/3 of the campaign events were in just 4 states: Virginia, Iowa, Ohio, and Florida. So while Virginia was getting some extra attention in the 2012 election, 38 states were completely ignored, including 12 of the 13 smallest states, almost all of the rural states, many agricultural states, most of the South except for Florida, the entire West Coast, and most of the Northeast. So the Mid-Atlantic and part of the Midwest did well, but 38 states were completely ignored in the 2012 campaign. So similarly, in 2016, virtually all campaign events were in just 12 states. 94% of campaign events were in just 12 states. And 2/3 of the events were in just 6 states: Ohio, Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. Now, a similar pattern prevailed in 2000, 2004, and is expected in 2020. You know, that's what all we're hearing about are a handful of states. No one's wondering how Oregon is going to go. And for that matter, Virginia, I really don't think that you're going to see general election campaign events either, because your state has shifted to more of a lean Democratic or safe Democratic state. I'd be very surprised if we saw general election campaign events in Virginia this cycle. So battleground status is fleeting. It's something that, yeah, you might benefit from it 1 year, but then it's gone and you're among the 38 states that are out in the cold. So this goes beyond just campaigning, because some people say, okay, well, do I care that candidates don't come and ask for my vote? Well, one, I say yes, you should care that candidates are not vying for your vote if that's the case. They should be trying to win over the most amount of voters across the country and finding policies that are helpful for all Americans, not just people in swing states. But beyond campaigning, this touches on how federal grants are allocated too. Dr. John Hudak did his doctoral dissertation on pork rail spending, essentially, and he's now a fellow at the Brookings Institute. So in his book, Presidential Pork, his study found that overall, controlling for variables such as state size and natural disaster relief funds Between 1996 and 2008, swing states received 7.6% more federal grants, worth 5.7% more grant money than safe states. Now, maybe you think, 7%, 5%, that's not a big deal, but this equates to huge amounts of money. As an example, if Tennessee had been a swing state for the 2008 election, you would have expected that in the year leading up to the election, they would have received 300 more federal grants for a total of $60 million. So swing states don't just have the ear of candidates during the general election, they have an influence in getting more federal spending as well, because candidates know this is a state I need to win, and I want to make sure that those people have a favorable opinion of me if I'm running for re-election, or if I'm not termed out, of my political party, because I want someone to follow the next president to also be a member of my political party. Similarly, disaster declarations. Highly competitive swing states get twice as many disaster declarations as non-competitive states. Now, a lot of federal dollars comes with those declarations, and you think they'd be based on the severity of the disaster, the ability of the state and local governments to deal with that disaster, existing infrastructure, how much those things were impacted. But you can't deny the fact that if swing states are getting twice as many disaster declarations, there's definitely some favoritism at play here. So what does all this add up to? Battleground states get more campaign events, honestly, in most cases, all of the campaign events. They get more federal grants that are worth more money, and they get more disaster declarations, which also have a lot of money with them. And all of those things are power. Those are a proxy for power in our political system. And honestly, battleground states have all the power when it comes to our elections. And it goes beyond funding as well, and it shapes policy. We see candidates proposing policies specifically geared towards winning specific voters in swing states. Two examples for you. No Child Left Behind was proposed by a Republican candidate for president and was the largest federal action taken into public education, which was historically run by the states, in the history of our country. A big federal action or intrusion into something typically run by the states, depending on how you look at that, that's not something you expect from a Republican candidate for president. But it was something that polled well with education-minded voters and a lot of moms in the swing state of Ohio that was critical to win. And we know that when George Bush won Ohio and became president, he signed that bill in the Cincinnati suburbs. And in the years that followed, swing states were twice as likely to get exemptions from No Child Left Behind as safe states. Similarly, when the Obama administration was running for re-election, they had a federal tax credit program intended to promote clean energy. When that was happening in 2012, Ohio companies got nearly 4 times the average that went to other states. I don't think that there's some special thing going on in Ohio where they need 4 times the amount of federal tax credit programs in their state. No, President Obama knew that he needed to win the state of Ohio, and that favoritism shines through when you look back and look at the policies that are implemented. And states that happen to be closely divided during an election year, they benefit immensely from being a battleground state. But remember, these states can change from election to election. And the perks of being a battleground state are fleeting. And states that were benefiting in 2016, like Virginia, will likely find themselves out in the cold with the other safe states in 2020, along with much of the Northeast, most of the South, the entire West Coast, as I was saying earlier. So just to kind of recap those ideas, winner-take-all laws at the state level are how we end up with divergent elections, where the national popular vote winner can be the electoral college loser. And winner-take-all laws lead to the campaign in the general election being concentrated in a handful of battleground states. Because before the campaign even begins, we already know how the majority of states are going to vote. And you all know that. You could all tell me right now how that Texas is going to go red, California is going to go blue, Massachusetts is going to go blue, Wyoming is going to go red. We know all of that already. And because of that, those states get completely ignored, and the campaign just happens in a few states, and those few states decide the outcome of the presidency. So at National Popular Vote, winner-take-all laws within states are what we are seeking to change. And we can change these laws the same way they were enacted, which is by passing a different state law. So I just want to underscore that. So my organization, we advocate for a direct election of the president. However, we achieve that as a reform of the Electoral College. We do not advocate for abolishment of the Electoral College. And I'll explain a little bit more about that in a moment. So I firmly believe with every fiber of my being that whoever gets the most votes should become the president. This is how we elect almost every other office in the country, and it's time we modernize our presidential elections to make every vote equal. Every vote being equal would mean candidates would have to care about the entire country's interests, not just those in swing states. And we'd break the system where candidates advocate for positions because they poll well with swing voters. That's not how federal policy should be made. That's not how the platform for the highest office in the land should be created. It should be what's best for the entire country, not just people in swing states. So this is the type of map that we're all pretty familiar with from election night, right? This is an example from the 2016 election, but since the 1960s, we've had these visuals on election night of states being colored in red or blue as they get called. And, Texas shows up red despite the millions of ballots cast for Hillary Clinton, and California shows up as all blue despite the millions of ballots that were cast for Donald Trump in that election. And if you look at this map, America looks pretty red. Across the board, you see more red than you do blue. And certainly that was true since Trump got 306 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 232 electoral votes. But this isn't a totally accurate map. For one, states aren't red or blue, and America shows up as mostly red, despite the fact that 3 million more Americans cast their ballot for the Democratic candidate in this election. So this map is a cartographic representation of that same election. Here, the map is displayed based on the total number of people living in an area. So you see thin, very dark red bands running across the country, big pockets of blue around major cities, and lighter bits of red and blue in the suburban areas. But this isn't a totally accurate map either, because it represents votes in correlation to the total population, not actual votes cast. So this third and final map here, while not the most aesthetically pleasing, represents a more accurate picture of America in the 2016 election. This is a map where every vote cast is represented equally in geographic correlation to where it was cast. So yes, we have areas that are distinctly red and distinctly blue, but the vast majority of the country is purple. And that's what our electorate really is. We are a country of people with diverse opinions and who happen to live in certain states. When I cast my ballot on election day, I think about what is most to the entire country. What's the most important to the entire country. I cast my ballot I cast my ballot as an American, not as a citizen of whatever state I happen to live in that time. And I imagine all of you think that way as well. When you're casting your ballot for president every 4 years, it's not, oh, I'm a Virginian and I'm expressing the right of my state. No, you're thinking about yourself as an American, I would expect, and what's best for the entire country. So how do we change our presidential election system to more accurately reflect this reality? So for our purposes, the answer is the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which is the bill my organization advocates for. The National Popular Vote bill would guarantee the presidency to the candidate who receives the most popular votes in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. This is a bill passed by states to change how they vote in the Electoral College. by replacing state winner-take-all laws with new laws that award their electoral votes to the candidate who wins the most popular vote in all 50 states and DC. And the bill only goes into effect when states with 270 electoral votes have been committed to the compact. So we're using that power of the Constitution that says, state legislatures, you get to decide how your electoral votes are awarded. And we're utilizing that power within the state and encouraging states to change their laws so that the winner of the national popular vote becomes the winner of the Electoral College. And that the kicker of 270 electoral votes is really important. It's unlikely that any individual state would decide to, on their own, award their electors to the national popular vote winner, because they know it probably might not make a difference. And you know, if you're a Democratic state or a safe state that always goes blue in the last couple elections, you see that as taking away electoral votes from the Democratic candidate. Same thing on the Republican side. So that's why our bill has this important clause that it only goes into effect when enough states have signed on that it's enough electoral votes to win the presidency. So perhaps this sounds far-fetched. Perhaps it sounds like, oh, this is never going to happen. But I'm delighted to tell you that this bill has already been passed in 15 states and DC with a total of 196 electoral votes. So we're over 70% of the way towards enactment, and we need 74 more electoral votes in order to be enacted. And I certainly hope that Virginia's 13 electoral votes come along with it. So there are a lot of questions that come up when advocating for a national popular vote for president. It's never been done in the country, so naturally people wonder, well, how it will work. And honestly, a lot of people think things about the Electoral College that aren't necessarily always true or based in fact. So I'm going to run through the answers to the most common questions that I get first before opening it up to all of you and addressing your Q&A questions. So I want to emphasize, this is a nonpartisan solution to the battleground state problem. This is not in reaction to the 2016 election. Our organization was in existence a full decade before Donald Trump was elected. We have both Republicans and Democrats that have supported our bill, as well as both Republicans and Democrats that have voted against our bill. So it's not a left or right issue. It's an American issue that all voters can get behind. So you might be thinking, no way. If you want to achieve a direct election of the president, you have to do it through a constitutional amendment. And that's just not true. There are two ways to achieve a direct election of the president. And our way is constitutional. Determining how electors are chosen is a plenary exclusive power of the states. And this power, again, lies in Article 2, Section 1. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct a number of electors. So we're using the power granted to the states in the Constitution by the framers in order to achieve a national popular vote. Now, especially since this is the League of Women Voters, some of you might be more familiar with the Constitution than some audiences that I speak to. And you might say, hey, isn't there something in the Constitution that talks about interstate compacts and congressional consent? Yes, there is. So Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution says that congressional consent is required for interstate compacts. However, the Supreme Court has ruled that consent is only necessary for compacts that encroach upon federal supremacy. So if you're making a compact with another state, that's what an interstate compact is. It's essentially a contract between states. Each state is on average in over 30 interstate compacts. They regulate things like lotteries and driver's licenses to exchange information between states and sex offender registries to share that information to keep people safe across all 50 states. So they're a pretty common way of states working together. So if something were to encroach upon a federal power, that's when you need Congress's consent. However, Our bill does not encroach upon federal supremacy because awarding electors is a state decision. In fact, it's explicitly left up to the states in the Constitution. It's not even an implied power of the states. So all that being said, if after our bill reaches 270 electoral votes, the Supreme Court decides to overturn 100 years of precedent and determine that congressional consent is necessary, then we will go and seek congressional consent at that time by lobbying Congress the same way that we've lobbied every state legislature across the country on our bill. Getting congressional consent before a bill is ready to be enacted is not the norm, so it's perfectly normal for us to only do this if the Supreme Court deems it necessary. And yes, I will say we absolutely expect that after this bill is enacted, lawsuits will be filed. This is America, we're a litigious society, and we know we'll go to the Supreme Court and are prepared for that to make our case at the Supreme Court. So withdrawing from the compact. So states are able to withdraw from this agreement. However, there's a blackout period of 6 months. So between July 20th of a presidential election year and inauguration on January 20th of the following year, a state cannot withdraw from the compact. So the compact must be in effect with at least 270 electoral votes on July 20th of an election year. That's so that both candidates know essentially the rules of the game, if you will, for how the election is going to be run before the general election begins. Because that 6-month period covers the major party conventions when the candidates are officially nominated, covers the entire general election campaign, election day when you and I cast our ballots, it covers the day when electors meet, as well as the day that Congress counts the ballots. So this blackout period ensures that a state doesn't try to withdraw to game the system. And this is not enforced by national popular vote or, Virginia governor or any level of legislature like that. It's enforced by Article 1, Section 10, Clause 1 of the US Constitution, which is the impairments clause. No state has ever left an interstate compact without adhering to the terms of that compact because of the impairments clause. So it's enforced by the Constitution and the Supreme Court. And on a similar note, federal law prohibits states from changing the laws governing that year's allocation of electors on or after election day. So there's several layers of federal and constitutional law that protect the integrity of what we're trying to achieve here of a national popular vote. So there are some, I would say, scary scenarios that come up of a state's gonna change it afterwards, or a state is going to try and withdraw in the middle of the compact. And once you're familiar with the different federal laws, you realize that that's just simply not the case. The bill was written very specifically to work with those laws and use those laws to prevent that from happening. And I have a question here. What prevents a future state legislature from reversing a past legislature's decision to join? Nothing. It's an interstate compact. States are allowed to, future legislatures are allowed to withdraw from the compact the same way that they got into it, by by passing a different state law. The key thing to keep in mind here, though, is let's say we're at 300 electoral votes and Maine withdraws with their 4 electoral votes. The overall compact is still over that 270 electoral vote threshold, so the bill is still in effect. But if in that same year, we have 300 electoral votes committed and California in January of an election year decides that they're going to withdraw, they would take us below the 270 electoral vote threshold. So then the bill would not be in effect if that was still the number of electoral votes committed to the compact on July 20th of an election year. So this provision of withdraw is something that is a lot of state legislators and more conservative state legislators see as a benefit. It's not as permanent as abolishing the Electoral College. So on the hypothetical situation that a state decides, or the country decides, ooh, this isn't for us, we want to go back to the old system, people have the power to do that by advocating for their state legislature to withdraw from the compact. And if enough states do that and we drop below 270, then it's no longer in effect. As I say, that is something that a lot of people like about this. However, I do personally think that once we have this, we're not going back. It's my personal opinion that this is the way we elect almost every other office in the country. It is the way we elect our governors, our senators, our mayors. I think people are going to say, yes, that's what makes sense. And that is how we would move forward, not to go back. And I'll note, as you all are very well aware, especially with your ERA advocacy, that it's pretty common in our country's history that voting rights are achieved through action at the states, in many states first, before you have a constitutional amendment. So I think that this is the natural progression of things, is for state by state action to happen first. Often people say, you're going against the intent of the founding fathers and the framers of the Constitution. And really, that's just not true. After coming up with the concept of presidential electors choosing the president, the founders debated how those electors should be chosen. Of those, not a single vote was on the winner-take-all laws that 48 of our 50 states use today. The founders ultimately decided to leave it up to the states to decide. The state legislature was the closest body to the people. They could decide what was best for the voters in their state. In the first presidential election, only 5 states even allowed citizens to vote for the president in any form. In 1800, when Thomas Jefferson won our 4th presidential election, only 2 states allocated electoral votes based on the now dominant winner-take-all law. And it wasn't until the 10th election for president that a majority of states used the winner-take-all laws that we have now, meaning that the framers had been dead for 30 years by the time our current system was in place. So we're not going against their intent. We're actually following their instructions. We're using the power they gave the states to decide what is in the best interest for the residents of that state. Because I firmly believe that when state legislatures look at this, they realize that it's in the best interest of their state and their citizens for the candidate who gets the most votes across the country to become the president. I mean, in Virginia, you have this winner-take-all law, as 47 other states do. And in 2016, the majority of your citizens voted for Hillary Clinton. The majority of the country voted for Hillary Clinton, but that's not who became the president. And I think it's in the best interests of citizens all across the country that whoever gets the most votes is the person that ascends to the higher office. A common objection is around small states. People think, aren't they supposed to be protected under our current system? Don't they have a right to have that larger voice, if you will? So the first answer is no, that's what the US Senate is for. 2, the small states actually are the most disadvantaged and ignored group of states under our current state-by-state winner-take-all methods of awarding electoral votes. And the reason for that is because political power in presidential elections comes from being a closely divided battleground state. And almost all of the small states are non-competitive states in presidential elections. And we define small states as the states with 3 or 4 electoral votes. And when you include the District of Columbia, that makes 13 states. And the small states are not ignored because of their low population, but because they're not closely divided. So, we kind of sometimes hear, oh, a vote in Wyoming is worth 5 times as much or 3 times as much as a vote in California because of the Electoral College. But really, because of statewide winner-take-all laws, those votes are actually equal in the sense that they're both politically irrelevant. We already know California is going to go for the Democratic candidate, and we know Wyoming is going to go for the Republican candidate. If you look at the last 3 presidential elections, 10 of the 13 smallest states were completely ignored during the general election. Those that did receive any attention, Nebraska in 2008 and Maine in 2016, both of those states used the congressional district allocation of awarding electors and had a competitive congressional district. The 13th state the third, state that sees attention is New Hampshire, which frequently sees campaign events, not because it's a small state, but because it's a battleground state. And I just mentioned that Nebraska and Maine use this congressional district allocation. And you might think, oh, well, they had a competitive district. Is that a better system to go to? And to which that I'll say, you know, Maine has 2 congressional districts. One of them was competitive in 2016. So only half the state, quote, benefited during that election. But really, a move to congressional district allocation of awarding electors, do we really need one more reason to gerrymander congressional districts? We already see how bad that problem is at the federal level. Do we really want it being the way that we have the outcome of the presidency be determined as well? I don't think so. So the current system of state by state, winner take all laws shifts power from the voters in the small and medium-sized states to voters in a handful of big states that happen to be closely divided. You know, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Wisconsin, those are pretty big states, and those are the ones that are benefiting from the current system. Not because they're kind of big, but because they're battleground states. So we know that small states will still attract attention under a national popular vote. Serious candidates for office solicit every vote that matters. And under the National Popular Vote Plan, every vote in every state would matter in every presidential election. So under a national popular vote, a voter in a small state would become just as important as any other voter in the US. So 2 ways to kind of look at this to help wrap your head around these numbers. So the 13 smallest states all put together have approximately the same population as the state of Ohio. And no one would suggest that under a national popular vote that Ohio with its 16 congressional districts would be ignored. Similarly, if we look back at the last 3 elections, the 8 smallest states with just 3 electoral votes received only 1 of the nation's 952 general election campaign events in the 2008, 2012, and 2016 elections. In contrast, the closely divided battleground state of Wisconsin, which has about the same population as the 8 smallest states put together, received 40 general election campaign events. So Wisconsin received more attention despite the fact that they only have 10 electoral votes compared to 24 electoral votes for those 8 states. So under the current system, population doesn't help you. It's all about being a battleground state, and national popular vote right sizes this inequity. And you don't just have to take my word for it either. Some small states have already signed on to the compact. Legislators in Hawaii, Delaware, Vermont, and DC looked at our bill and signed on because they realized their citizens would be better off under a national popular vote. And right now, all of those states get 0 attentions from candidates, and you can't do worse than 0. So similarly, an objection is, wait, aren't the big cities just going to somehow control the election? We're just going to see candidates going back and forth between California and New York. And that's just simply not true. And this is a common misconception. And I think that people fear that these big cities will, quote, decide or control an election under a national popular vote. And I think that this stems from people thinking that cities are bigger than they actually are. And in fact, 19% of the United States lives in the 100 largest cities. That 100th largest city is Spokane, Washington, with 208,000 people, which is not exactly a liberal metropolis. So 19% live in the 100 biggest cities. That's probably a little bit smaller than you might have thought, or a lot smaller than you might have thought. That same percentage of people, 19%, is the same number that lives in rural America. So to win a national popular vote, you can't just campaign to the 19% of people that live in the 100 biggest cities any more than you can just campaign to the people who live in the rural America. You have to speak to the people in the cities, the people in rural America, and the 62% of Americans who live in the suburbs. And in the suburbs are where people are typically divided evenly between Democrats and Republicans. So no, the Electoral College was not put into place to protect against large cities or large states controlling the election. You know, in 1790, when our first census was conducted, 95% of the US population lived in places with fewer than 2,500 people. So I would gently push back on anyone who might suggest that the founding fathers were concerned about presidential candidates campaigning only in big cities. At that time, presidential candidates didn't even leave their front porch to campaign. So what would it look like? What would the general election look like when in a campaign where every vote is relevant? So currently, we have two kinds of voters, those in flyover states that are irrelevant and those in battleground states who are hyper-relevant. National popular vote corrects this. We'd see candidates campaigning across the country. 18% of the country lives in California and New York. Yes, but you can't just bank on 100% of those people voting for you, for one, and you also can't bank on 18% of the population somehow winning you the election. No, you have to go all over. If you think you can just go to those two states and campaign, you're going to lose. So we don't have to guess about this because we know when every vote matters. For example, within battleground states, candidates go all over the state because every vote matters and has the chance to clinch that state's electoral votes. So we looked at the data for where the number of campaign events that candidates did in battleground states over the last 3 elections. And we found no tendency of candidates to overemphasize metropolitan areas. So one example from that study is the state of Ohio. Ohio has 16 congressional districts. Now we know congressional districts have to be of roughly equal size. So here we've put the congressional districts into groups of 4. So every group of the 4 groups you see here has 4 congressional districts. The large numbers that you see represent the number of general election campaign visits each of those groups got during the 2012 election, when Ohio was a highly sought after battleground state. Now, if you thought, oh, candidates are just going to go to the big cities, you'd see a big uptick of numbers in the center for the district that has Columbus, and similarly in the northeast for the district that has Cleveland. But that's just not true. You see that because the population is spread out across those 4 quadrants roughly equally, they roughly spend their time in those areas equally. So if there was a tendency for candidates to overemphasize metropolitan areas, we'd see it within battleground states in election years, and we just don't. So the National Popular Vote Bill would guarantee the presidency to the candidate with the most votes. During campaign season, we'd be the United Battleground States of America because every voter in every state would be politically relevant. So I have just briefly here the League of Women Voters statement on national popular vote, the League US specifically. And you'll notice that the League believes that the Electoral College should be abolished, but it also says we support the use of the National Popular Vote Compact as one acceptable way to achieve the goal of the direct popular vote for election of the president, which was something that was put into that in the 2010 convention. So specifically in Virginia, earlier this year, our bill was granted a committee hearing by the Virginia legislature for the first time. We passed the House Privileges and Elections Committee, and then we passed the Virginia House of Delegates 51-46. The bill was then sent over to the Senate, and after a hearing, the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee voted 14-1 to carry over the bill to the 2021 session. Now, it's my understanding that for many years when the current minority party was in the majority, carrying over a bill to the next session was a polite way to kill it. They would say that they were going to have a vote in the fall, and then the meeting would never happen. However, that's not the case for this committee. Senator Cree Deeds, who is chair of this committee, publicly at this meeting, at the hearing, announced that this committee would meet in the fall to consider bills that were carried over. So this is a change in dynamic from past sessions. So the carryover here is not a death sentence for our bill. So in the fall, we will go in front of the Senate Privileges and Elections Committee. If we pass that committee, then our bill goes directly to the Senate and will become one of the first bills voted on by the Virginia Senate in the 2021 session. And because it was carried over from the 2020 session, it does not have to go through the House again where it was already passed. So it would go, if we pass the committee hearing and we pass the vote on the floor of the Senate, then it goes to the governor's desk. And Governor Northam is on record in support of the bill. So when we were advocating for this bill at the Virginia Senate, the League of Women Voters of Virginia was there. Pam Berg testified on behalf of the League in support of our bill, which we really appreciate the support. And we want more voices to help support us and get through the Senate. The most common opponents of our bill, number one, is inertia. The state legislators, even though it's a constitutional right and authority of theirs, they've never been asked before to do something to change the way they vote in the Electoral College. Most states that have winner-take-all laws, Virginia was actually the first state to come up with this, has been using it ever since the 1800s. So there's some hesitancy to change. So we just have to convince people and state legislators that this is what's right for the majority of people and that this is the appropriate way to go about it. Earlier this year, we also heard a lot of opposition around, we're already doing a lot already. This isn't going to take effect this year, which is true. We were not going to reach the 270 vote threshold before the November election. So there were some individuals saying that this was not the right time to consider it. There is some organized opposition to our bill. An organization called Save Our States partnered with the Family Foundation in Virginia to do some grassroots engagement to stir up opposition to our bill. So we certainly hope that we have the League support in the future, and some of you are going to be really motivated about this bill and interested in it and interested in helping us advocate for it. Up here, I just briefly have the members of the P&E committee and their stance on it. On the left are the Democratic members and on the right are the Republican members. You'll see that 5 of the members of our committee, of the Privileges and Elections Committee, have been a current or a past sponsor of the bill. And then 10 of them do not have a public position on the bill. So those are the people that will be continuing to educate and lobby. And so if you see your senator's name up there, a quick way to take action would just be going to nationalpopularvote.com/write, WRITE. You put in your zip code and your address, and you can immediately contact your state house member, state senator, the lieutenant governor, and the governor. And so I will stop here, and I'm going to look at the chat box and open up questions that I've received. Okay. How will this be affected by COVID, and is there a cost associated? There's no cost with the National Popular Vote Compact. It's a state law just directing a different slate of electors to be sent and have their ballots cast. So no cost. If you specifically mean for the COVID affecting the November meeting, I think that's still to be determined. But I think that the Virginia legislature, will. Is there a special session? Deb, do you maybe want to? Okay, so if there's going to be a special session in August, our bill will not come up then. It would still be the committee meeting that we're expecting for P&E would be after the November election, so later in the month of November. If at that time they're still not meeting, we're not the only bill on the agenda, and I think every committee probably has bills that were carried over, so we would expect them to still have that meeting, whether it's virtually or not. If a candidate has to campaign in all 50 states, won't they need a lot more money? Absolutely. That's a question that comes up a lot, is won't they need more money? I don't think so. I don't think that you have right now with super PACs presidential candidates that say, no, thank you. I've got enough money. They take every dollar that they can. What will change is where it is spent. So instead of tens of millions of dollars being spent in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Florida, the money will be spread all over the country. Okay, the states that have passed it so far, yes, the majority of states that have passed it, if you look at the map, there's no denying that they are more what you would consider blue states or liberal states. Colorado joined in 2019, which is definitely more of a purple state, and we are hoping to, get Virginia, which you're becoming more blue, but kind of a purple state right now in terms of the presidential election. Overall, though, it has become slightly more partisan of an issue since the 2016 election, unfortunately. But our bill has been endorsed by the Conservative Party of New York. When they were in control of the Senate is when our bill passed it, when Republicans were the majority party in the Senate. Similarly, we've passed chambers in Oklahoma and Arkansas and Arizona. So while, yeah, we have more blue states that have signed on, we've been lobbying and talking to this across the country and talking to people how it's not just a left issue, even if it's kind of being painted like that in the national sphere right now. As an example, if you're a conservative rural voter in Virginia, you likely have more in common with the conservative rural voters of Tennessee. So under a national popular vote, you're able to work together to elect the candidate that you want for president, because you have more in common with them than maybe you do with people in the DC suburbs. It has support from both Republicans and Democrats, and the most recent billed state to pass this law was Oregon, where Republicans were the margin. We only passed the bill because of Republican support in the Oregon Senate. So even since the 2016 election, we still have a number of Republican supporters of the bill. How would increasing the number of House members impact the Electoral College and the national popular vote? Is it possible to increase the numbers in the House and then make it more fair to California? So I don't remember this, I can't cite the specific law that capped it, but the House has been capped at 435 for a number of years. I think if it had kept up with increasing by population the way that it was originally set out in the Constitution, we would have like 1,500 House members. So if we did that, certainly there would be a lot more electors that would be more proportionate to population. But one, you'd still have 2 electors for every U.S. senator, which would give some advantage to those smaller states. But 2, you'd still have those winner-take-all laws. So even if you increased all of those states, you'd still say California had 300 electors. Well, you still, before the election begins, know that those electors are going to go to the Democratic candidate, because the overall vote in that state doesn't change just because the number of representatives and electors change. So under a national popular vote, it makes every vote equal across the country. Since most states are winner take all, could more states adopting ranked choice voting, how would that impact national popular vote? So yes, the National Popular Vote Compact and ranked choice voting address different problems with our election systems, and they can work in a complementary fashion. So until national popular vote is activated, states can pass ranked choice voting for presidential elections. You could use it within your state to determine which candidate has earned that state's electoral votes. That is an option states have now. Now, once national popular vote is activated, individual states with ranked choice voting will report out presidential vote preferences for the purposes of determining a national popular vote. So logically, that'd be based on the voter's first choice. I sometimes get asked about how we could have ranked choice voting and national popular vote. It's suggested that yes, we could. Once more states, you have several states that want to use ranked choice voting as a part of determining the national popular vote. The electoral reform group FairVote, which is one of the major organizations behind ranked choice voting, has suggested that those states would enter into an interstate compact to work in tandem with the national popular vote compact that would result in a ranked choice voting tally within those states that would report out the final round of numbers for those top 2 or 3 candidates. So they can work together. Currently, states can use ranked choice voting to determine their electors, separate from the national popular vote. I think that fully answers that question. We had a state tie for the legislature with the popular vote. Okay, so I'll just kind of branch out on that. What happens if there is a tie? Interestingly, our bill actually does have a provision for an exact tie, which let's all just take a moment to reflect on, over 100 million people voting, the likelihood of an exact tie across the country is infinitesimally small. But if it were to happen, then what would happen is that the state laws would revert in all of those states to winner take all, and that would determine the electoral college winner. Now that provision is in there in part because currently, what some people don't know, or you're legal women voters, you might all know this, but if currently under the electoral college system, if we have a contingent election where no candidate receives a majority of electoral votes, so maybe a 269 to 269 tie, or maybe a third-party candidate wins a state and is able to keep either candidate from reaching 270 electoral votes. If that happens, the vote actually goes to the US House, where every state has 1 vote. And that is, I want to emphasize that it's not 435 votes, it's the entire state has 1 vote. So yeah, okay, California is going to vote for the Democratic candidate. Pennsylvania is their congressional delegation is currently evenly split between 9 Democrats and 9 Republicans. And so they would probably not have a vote unless you could convince one of your Congress members to vote for the opposite party. So that's a really inequitable system. That's the current way we resolve a tie under the Electoral College with winner take all rules. It also further disenfranchises DC because despite having electoral votes, they don't have a vote if the tie goes to the House. So when drafting our bill, in the case that we have an exact tie out of 100+ million votes cast, we didn't want it to revert back to that system because it's completely inequitable for it ultimately to come down to a vote of less than 50. And so we put in the provision that it would revert to winner take all laws. But again, seems, I would think, very unlikely for that to happen. See what other questions we have.
Eileen, we're out of time, but thank you so much. Maybe you can put your contact information in the chat box in case there are questions that you didn't get to and they could contact you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me.
So thank you, Eileen. And thank you everyone for attending today. Thank you, Joan Porte, for putting the event together and helping it run smoothly. Thank you, Christy Lockhart, for the beautiful program. Thank you, Peggy Lane, for keeping the behind the screens all working smoothly. Thank you, Mary Swain, for participating as our parliamentarian. Thank you to all of our speakers today, to our presenters, and to all of our members for taking time out on a Saturday and to spend it on league business. I want to remind you that we have a fall workshop on September 12th, and our convention next year will be held on May 21st through 23rd at the Hilton Alexandria Mark Center. So thank you all. See you soon, and have a great rest of your weekend.